Go ahead, madam. You record it
Yes.
now. Yeah,
Oh,
recorded
okay.
it was. Hmm?
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Hello, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
No, sir.
Ma'am, can you hear me? Good afternoon.
Sir, I made you as a presenter.
Perfect. Thank
Just
you.
I will give you introduction. After that, you can start your session, sir.
Sure, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to respected dignitaries, esteemed resource person, and dear participants. Today, on concluding this day, we have 3 sessions, followed by online assessment, and we have a valedictory session as well. So for the first session today is on cyber security aspects in smart city waste management networks. We are truly honored to welcome Mr. Nova Franklin, Regional App Delivery Lead at Tech Mahindra, Bangalore. Mr. Franklin brings with him over 13 years of experience in application security, having managed the security of more than 100 plus critical enterprise applications across the American region. His expertise lies in vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, vulnerability research, and secure software practices. At Tech Mahindra, he spearheads the application security strategy, leads a team of security professionals, and ensures compliance with the global security standards. Over his career, he has conducted 200 plus security assessments, mitigating high risk vulnerabilities and safeguarding enterprise assets worth millions of dollars. Beyond corporate engagements, Mr. Franklin is also passionate about ethical hacking, secure coding, and security training workshops. He has published articles, conducted over 20 plus workshops on cybersecurity, and has been recognized with the honors such as the Sony Hall of Thanks and 123 Contact Firm Hall of Fame. With his deep knowledge and practical expertise, he will guide us today on how cybersecurity frameworks can strengthen smart city waste management networks, which is a critical aspect of building safe and sustainable digital ecosystems. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Nova Franklin, and look forward to your insightful session, sir. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot. And good afternoon, everyone. Please bear with me for my voice. I have a sore throat. I hope I'm audible to everyone.
Yes, sir.
Thank
Just
you,
to
ma'am.
share a screen, sir. I will check whether it's visible.
Sure. Just 1 second. I hope this presentation is visible.
Yes, yes, sir, visible.
Perfect. Thank you. So thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining the first.
Sir, a little bit louder, sir, there for
Sure,
audibility
ma'am.
purpose.
Sure, sure.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
So thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining. And so as you all aware of it, ma'am has given us a detailed introduction about me. So I'm going to start with the very basics in terms of who I am and what I'm doing it right now. So you will be able to like see that my designations and where I'm working. So currently I'm working here in Tech Mahindra for the Americas regional delivery lead, specifically for application securities, which we take care of predominantly on vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. So that's the core strength of my area. And today we are going to apply how cybersecurity is going to be like very essential in our smart city waste management networks. That is something which we're going to like go step by step to understand what is the smart management in the smart city waste management system. And then we move ahead to understand what are the recent types of cyber attacks and how we can mitigate it. So these are the things that we are going to see. The next slide is going to talk about our current agenda. So we are covering the key aspects of introduction and markets overview. And second thing, technology landscape and how the IoTs and OTs are integrated that makes our smart waste management possible. And the next, we are heading into the matters of complete studies on the recent attacks. And also we're going to talk about the cybersecurity frameworks, standards, best practices, and with the current technologies like AI, how we can utilize AI for a predictive analysis that can helps our waste management in terms of our smart cities. So that's what something that we're going to look forward. And at the end, there will be a couple of areas where we're going to have a detailed Q&A sessions to understand how we can furtherly enhance. And there are open discussions which we are going to like discuss at the last of the session. So before we jump into understand what is smart city waste management, why cybersecurity is important in this. Anybody has any idea of like why cybersecurity is important, specifically on the waste management on the smart city? Anybody want to answer? Okay, right. Let me go ahead. So let's understand why cybersecurity is important on the smart city. So if you look into the presentation that what we're looking into it, the current market phase on 2024, the projected rate for this smart city waste management is 3.5 billion. And if you look into it, the graphical representation, it's going to be over 9 billion by the year of 2023. Sorry, 2033. So the growth is going to be enormous. And this also allows the massive expansion of the industries, which also comes with the greater risk. The attacks are faced, which means that all the things put together inside the smart city are vulnerable for different types of an attack. So there are a lot of IoTs, there are a lot of sensors are going to be in places. When we see the sensors, it is going to be increased 627,000 in 2022. Now it's going to be in 2032 over the period of timeline. If you look into it, there will be 3 million OT waste management sensors are going to be planned to be deployed across the world. So which allows an hackers or an attackers to perform so many attacks in different endpoints. That's where something that we are going to like really look into it, how detailed these attacks can be done and what are the areas that they're going to like disrupt. When we look into it in the real world scenarios, if you see there are billings for all the waste management system outage, operations can be disrupted and financial loss can be done. Above all those things, breaches are the most critical things when it comes to the infrastructures that can exist or exceeded from existing plan to 5 million US dollar of the entire critical breach can be possibly achieved within this timeline. So this puts all the security people under too much of stress in terms of concerning all the security aspects. So this is going to be like the major problem for all the people who works on the data security and privacy, system controls, infrastructure management teams, and networking, which is the connectivity teams, which are also going to like put all the governments in the pressure to understand how we can make this in a safer and secure way. Any questions up to this? Okay. So before we go for the next slide, I hope you will be able to see that the last bulletin points which we have seen, there are recent attacks or happen in the same smart city waste management on 2023 and 2024 in the US. If you look into the bottom slide, where 2024 a Texas water management, which is hacked with external attacks to manipulate these SCADA systems. If you look into it on 2024, we all are North America. Again, there is a billing system which outdated, completely hacked, which exposes PIA exposure data, which is personal identity has been exposed for all the users. On 2023, the municipal system of complete operational technology has been compromised. So over the period of time, when the sensors and when the technology is moving, there are risks are involved in each phases, where you can see there are increasing in number of attacks are happen. By looking into the graph, you will be able to see that 2024 we may have closer to 3.5 billions. In 2025, if we see that it's going to be 3.91 billion. In 2027, we are expecting the waste management size is going to be like 5.2 billion, and 2030 we are expecting 7.15. In 2033 we are expecting over 9 million kind of a waste management market size increases. So this is where all the billions of money is going to be poured in most of the new uh, cities and the countries who's planning to like innovate and put forward in most of the innovation technologies. Like Saudi Arabia, they are planning for the smarter city called Wall. So they are building it. They are also heading up into the same direction. This involves more of cyber securities risks. Also, it involves more of a job opportunity for all those people. Moving ahead with what is the current landscape and the technology that has been used for the waste management system. So we can break down the technology behind this one in a simpler format. Let's take an example. There is a core waste management in the networks of IoT sensors and devices. These are filled with the sensors are filled with the garbage bins, which were attached to the GPS for a tracking purpose. And by 2032, this project has been estimated to have 2.9 million such devices will be expected to have it. And these devices has massive amount of data, which we were being able to use it for machine learning and an AI technology, which is going to come in the future. And AI is going to help to optimize a couple of things, which is most importantly routing optimization. And second thing, this will improve the efficiency efficiency of the travel. And also this is going to like enable the predictivity collection schedule for all the waste management trucks. This can also perform the automation, and this can also perform the sorting, and this also can help us to detect the anomaly. And all those data which we are trying to process through the cloud infrastructure, this will provide them the real-time data analytics with the proper data board and a data dashboard visualization. This will also lead through a digital interference like mobile applications, a citizens engagement platform, and this also impact significantly 50% of cost reduction and 30% of carbon emission reduction, and 1.25 billion smart sensors deployed globally as of 2023. So if you look at these numbers, how this has been gradually going on from the years of early times until 2023, there are 1.25 million smart sensors are being deployed across the globe, and where you can see it helps to reduce the carbon emission. It also reduce the cost. So when you look into it from the government perspective, most of the times the money which we are spending is going to be like more effective, because the money is from the government side, whatever they are going to like spend on, it is on the citizen taxes. So this will help for the governments when we have a set of a data where the wastage is going to be, how much carbon emission we are going to reduce it. All of those things are going to be like much more in advance when it comes to technology that helps people to plan the smart city, right? And the next one is going to be like more interesting. Once we have all those things set up in place, the most important thing is how the attack surface are growing, right? So this is the most important thing that we will be able to like look into it right now. So as of the waste management, it's more interconnected, as you guys seen in the previous slides. So all of them are interconnected. It's not just, if I can go back here. So all of them are interconnected. None of them are being separately functioning. So all of them are extended networks. All of them are OT devices which can connect from one device to another device. If it is an IoT device, which also has a functionality to connect the physical device to your mobile with applications or the websites, which can helps the users, which can helps the governments, which can also helps the other people to function from the cloud platform. This also puts us in risk, because threat actor or an attacker can also try to leverage using the same things, right? So what are the different types, or what are the top vulnerabilities can be performed on the smart waste network management? So when we look into it, there are so many of them. I'll pick very few top 5 of those vulnerabilities. When we look into it, the first most important thing is called endpoint vulnerabilities. So the endpoint is the first phase where user or an attacker or a threat actor can easily have an access to. Can anyone tell me what is the first things that user or an attacker can have an access to it in this our smart management network? Can anyone? Feel free to type on the chat if you have the answers. Anybody?
Sir, actually, I have disabled the mic for the participants, sir. Now I
Oh,
will enable, sir. Just a moment.
no problem, ma'am. Even if they have an answers, they can feel free to like put on the chat. I'm still able to read that. Okay. So Lakshmi is mentioned they have an access to cloud. That's one of
Mic
them.
is enabled now.
Yeah.
Mic is enabled. If anyone have answers, you can answer.
Let's make this session as an interactive, so that I'll be able to like learn something new from you guys, and also you will be able to like learn something which is new technology, how we are enabling all those things. Okay, so few of you mentioned you have no idea. So since we are looking into the smart cities, right? So as we are going with the topic, smart cities, the first entry point for any users or for any attacker is your garbage bin. So in our current days, how we are working on it, we have the garbage bag from our home. That's the first thing, and we are going to like throw it into the garbage into our streets. We have a garbage management where we have a green color or yellow color or black color containers, or the bigger garbage bins where we are throwing household garbages, right? So that is where your first endpoint. That's the area where the attackers can plan for the first step of an attack, right? And second thing, they are going to like plan for OT and IoT devices. OT is your physical device. IoT is your interface which connects your physical device via your mobile application, or it's going to be your website. Some of the teams, when you look into it, 80 to 90% of the users, they don't change their credentials, which is they don't change the username and passwords. They still go with the default credentials. Or some cases, they'll go with the complex password with a weaker encryption that allows an hacker can easily target and they can break into the system. That is the most common, well-known vulnerabilities. The first thing is your endpoint vulnerabilities, and second thing, your IoT sensors and devices, which has the default username and password. In some cases, they may have the weak encryption. These are most common three vulnerabilities. And the fourth and fifth one is insecure internet services. 90% of the applications, when it comes to the IoT devices, if you look into it, even a website or a mobile application, the communications happens on HTTP protocol or some other insecure protocol. That needs to be changed. That is the fourth one. And fifth one, lack of monitoring all the devices. So you also have to keenly monitor all the network devices which are connected in the smart city to understand if there are any attacks are happening, if there are any kind of a risk involved, is there any third party risks are involved, all those things need to be addressed. So there are five most important things we need to understand. First, we need to understand the endpoint vulnerabilities, whether it is possible for the hackers to get into it. Second, your IoT sensors need to change all the default passwords. And third thing, we need to make sure we don't have the weak encryption enabled. And we also have to make sure all our connections are secure with the proper services. And we need to make sure that we have a proper monitoring system. So these are the five most important things on the current scenarios. These are the top attacks scenarios are being happened across the globe, which has been used to extract the data, which has been used to perform multiple attacks. It's not only these five, this is their entry points, which allows and helps the attackers to perform supply chain vulnerabilities, which they can take it as a first point of an entry. They can compromise the hardware, they can compromise the software, and most importantly, they can also create a backdoor entry into the entire system that puts everybody's in a back foot. Data privacy is a bigger challenge, and aggregation risk is a bigger challenge. This will also help the hackers to gain most of the sensitive parts of informations. The key for this, all these attacks vectors are through a wireless network. Not everything you can see it with wired. So predominantly on the wireless networks. So signal interception, that is one of the possibility. At the very last, how we do an authentication, that's also the most important and common factors which we need to look into it. The API interfaces on the cloud services, how that is being configured. So these are the major risks involved in the existing features of our smart management network. Any questions up to this? No, I take it there's no question. Okay, so let's move for another slide. And threat landscape and types of attacks which impacts when we look into it here. So by seeing this, we all will be easily able to understand what are the attacks. Now look into attacks, what we are seeing. The first and bigger one is ransomware. So 90% of all the audience here, I believe they understand what is ransomware. And when you look into it, target on the billing system, that's the most things are happening. That's the most the attacks surfaced, which we can see it, either the system or the operating system on the target billing. And second one is data theft and extraction, where hackers are trying to steal the personal data and operational data. One particular concern specifically on and the devices like SCADA devices. If somebody was trying to hijack these SCADA devices, the SCADA devices systems are managed physically, right? So that is a physical infrastructure. If somebody can successfully uh, hijack that system, they can directly manipulate a physical system. That happens in the case study of Texas Water. That's we have seen a couple of slides back, right? And this is only on a physical level. But having said that, there are other ways to perform an impactful attacks, such as social engineering attack, try to steal the credentials of an employee who works in the smart city management system, where they'll be able to perform either a phishing attack, or you try to do a social engineering attack other than phishing, try to steal their credentials. This is also a possibility of an attack for an employee who works on the system. The impact metrics, where you're looking into it, the average detection time is 47 days. Affecting 5 to 8 systems per breach is going to be like biggest loss, because the average recovery cost for each of the systems, when you try to replace it with your right set, it will be over 4.8 billion for 3 to 5 days. So when someone disrupt one of the device in a timeline of 3 to 5 days, this is going to cost the government or the organization who's managing the smart city. They have to pay closer to 5 million only for within the timeline of 3 to 5 days. So now you will be able to understand how serious this cyber attack can be for a smart city and the waste management networks. Anybody has any questions on this slide? Seems like someone has for PPT. PPT links will be shared. Do we have any questions? Okay, seems like there was no questions. Okay, on the section 3, what we learned, the lesson from the existing field. So this slide is predominantly, and the next upcoming slides are going to be we talk about examining the recent cyber incident that understands the vulnerabilities, impacts, and the different strategies. Right? There are 3 areas that we are going to focus: recent breaches, the key insights of the recent breaches, and the response tactics, how it has been done to reduce the damage. So for slide number 9. So I hope you guys can see this slide, which can show you the entire attack scenario, how it happens. So first, let's look into that timeline section. So when you look into the timeline section, I'm going to start from the top, October 2024. The same incident we have been seen in multiple slides, which is October and January, Texas water system and the American water system. Whereas you will be able to see that what it was attacked. A week-long outage for a billing system where customer were unable to pay or unable to log in, which disrupt 14 million customers for water operations. And this puts the customers at the very risky stage because they were unable to order or they are unable to perform any of their activities. This leads to the financial impact. But this is in a medium impact comparing with the severe threat lines when you look into the January 2020, January to April 2024 Texas water systems. So look at the Texas water system issue. The Russian hackers are hacked a SCADA system, which has in a multiple municipality. They were able to hack a physical system. They were able to control the physical system, which can make them to control the water flow, that can allow them to open up the dams and reservoirs whenever there is a uh, not required to open up the dams and water when there is a huge number of storage of water, assuming that somebody can turn on the reservoirs and try to flood the entire city or a town. This can actually like make lots of people um, physical things going to be disrupt. A lot of people are going to impact on this one. We may see a lot of health crisis. There are so many things can be done. This was being purposefully done, or this could have been saved. This Russian hackers were successfully able to hijack and hack the SCADA system. When we look into it, this was marked as the biggest impact on the high level impact. This can compromise the complete operational technologies. They were unable to perform the next level because they are compromising physical system. And when we look into January, we all are North America. This targeted the billing system for our customers, and companies whose uses this billing systems were completely went offline, and they were unable to do any of the things to prevent them. So the payment card system was completely shut down. This impact stole all the PAA data, which is personal identity data, has been stored, and the service disruptions are happening. On 2023 Municipal Water Authority on Pennsylvania, where you will be able to see that the industrial control systems regulate water pressures has a default credentials that allows an hacker can get into the system, and fortunately they have the manual backups to restore the systems immediately, but still the system has been compromised because of a default credentials. Right, if you look into it, what are the key insights and common vectors? A default and weak credentials are almost like 67% of OT attacks. And there are third-party softwares, vendor-based vulnerabilities, manual backups, and complete attrition patterns, which provides state-sponsored attack on the targeted systems. When you look into it, the overall percentage-wise, 78% of waste management attacks are the operational technologies, which is our OT devices. 56% of the attacks or happen requires manual rollback or the manual recovery. It is to collect all the data back, which leads 4.9 million, which is closer to 5 million per breach for each of the water sectors. So if somebody was targeting 5 sectors, 5 into 5, it is 25 billion. They're going to lose 25 million. They're going to lose it for how much timeline the entire systems has been disrupted. Are we clear for the slide? I'm just quickly moving for a next slide. So what do we learned from this? Based on an incident we have reviewed, so let's have some key insights. First, the manual fallback systems are critical. The cities like Tepeona, Indiana cases are a perfect example. When their systems were compromised, the staffs were able to immediately switch to the manual operations and isolate the complete affected part of our networks and maintain the operation continuity. This avoids the major disruption. And second, default default credentials remains a huge vulnerability. A significant number of recent attacks that includes the controls and an IoT devices succeeded because of unchanged passwords, or we can say unchanged default passwords. This incredibly is simple, yet a lot of us have overlooked into it. This causes a cyber risk, and the cybersecurity issues. Third one, we have addressed the supply chain vulnerability. As seen in multiple cities, breaches on a Texas compromised a vendor software, which was common attack vector for any of the attackers. You are the only strong as weakest link, right? So we need to see all the vendors who have been working on this as well. And finally, a segmentation and the isolations are essential. Attacks often moves laterally, which is lateral movement. So starting from one endpoint, they move to one system and compromise the administrator of the system. And then from one network to another network, they'll be able to go for an operation networks. Still, they'll be able to check if they can compromise the administrator networks. So all those things are very important. Segmentation, your system needs to be done. You can contain a breach and prevent the attacks or infecting your entire enterprises. As a cybersecurity expert perspective from an US cybersecurity infrastructure security agency CSA states, so they have mentioned it, both infrastructure and cybersecurity operation requires a continued planning. Excuse me. Sorry. Any questions on this slide? Seems there are no questions. Let's go for another one. How do we secure the future? So that's the most important thing that we need to learn and understand. So let's understand to build more secure future. So these are the three things that we are going to look into it. First, frameworks and standards. A second, how to implement that. A third one, a best practices. Right. So let me quickly jump to the detailed slide. So here. So fortunately, we don't have to start from the scratch. We can adapt the existing and proven frameworks like NIST. It's the core functionality starts with the most important thing. Identify, protect, detect, response, and recovery. So these are the phases of the framework which helps to prevent all sort of an attack. Right. And we can also look into a CSAS, a cross-sector guidelines that can adapt a secure by high design principles, like least principal access is required, segmentation is required, and zero trust architecture should be required. A robust supply chain risk management program is also essential, including the vendor management and vendor management security risk assessment is important. The core of these strategies is defense in depth, which involves multiple layer of security of each component. This includes a physical security, network segmentation, access control, data protection, and continuous monitoring. Our top implementation priority should be SCADA/OT protection, cloud security, data privacy, and incident response. So when we go for the next slide, the operation slide, where you will be able to understand how this can be practically done. And so how do we operationally achieve? It starts with the network protection by having a segmentation of IT and OT networks, implementing a zero trust architecture. Access controls are the next level to enforce multi-factor authentication for all the remote accesses. Secure lifecycle management is also the key. This means having a rigorous progress for device onboarding and decommissioning. We must also practice vendor management by regularly assessing their securities of the cloud services, third-party vendors. Finally, the human factors is very crucial. Regular training, security awareness, incident response drills prepare your team to handle the real crisis. Our implementation roadmap is on the four-step process. assessment to identify the risk, prioritize to focus the critical vulnerability, implementation to deploy the solution, maintain to continually monitor and improve. Any questions up to this level? Yes, one more time. Any questions? Can we move to the next slide? Oh. Hmm. Okay, there's no questions, so I'll take it as no questions. So the predictive analytics, the predictive analytics and the AI. So how this can be helped? As you are all aware of it, AI is currently evolving. So this is going to be the actual future, and whereas how this can be used. So anomaly detection uses the machine learning, identifying an unusual platform. That is one of the option. And adaptive security systems continuously learn from new threats. We have a global analysis over 300,000 annual cyber attacks from the research basis across all the waste management building on these systems. This helps the AI to enable the entire platform of how to respond it and how to isolate the compromised systems and how to respond to the fail-safe over. And also it can easily do the predictive based analysis to allocate high risk a period of timeline when the security needs to be high. And also it can proactively do a staff management. It can also manage the entire system in a monitoring mode. This emerging technology like edge AI security and a digital twin security that helps people to use a quantum computing systems to have a highly secure cryptography plays a major role in terms of creating a robust systems on our smart city waste management. Any questions? So what are the risk factor in the data breach of waste management while collecting and the data transmitting? Okay, so I'll mark this question with like, and I'll be able to answer the question. So I think Vinod, one of your questions to explain the smart city, right? So let me go in a simpler way, right? So let's take an example of one of the cities, assuming that you are going to see 20 or 30 households in the city. So earlier days, how they were doing the waste management, because this is more of like how smart cities are planning for the waste management, right? So how they do the waste disposable from your house to the the completely to the different locations. So whereas earlier times or the traditional way, how we were doing it, we have a garbage bin, which is a garbage bag from our households. We throw all the garbages, right? And then we dump it to into the end of our streets. There is a garbage bin for each streets are there, and the waste management team from our municipality will come and take it on a daily basis. So these things can be avoided in functionality of manual effort when you have a sensors and the GPS locations are all being tracked in a system that can make this functionality to work in an automated way, we know. So that's where it called a smart city. And Muthu Lakshmi, your questions, what are the risks in the data breach of a waste management? Very good question. So what are the things that we actually throw it as a waste? Can anybody first explain in one or two pointers? Since this question asked by Mutlakshmi, can you type on a chat or probably you can come on an audio and let me know what are the things that we are throwing as a waste from our house? Human error, accident. Rajesh Agran, this risk that is for the data breach in the waste management system, right? So her question is more more of like data breaches in waste management while collecting data in a transmit, right? So here are multiple factors on the risks, right? So assuming that I'm going to throw one of my oldest phone, which was not actually like in use, right? That's one of the best part that I'm going to pick it up. When it comes to PAA based and the risk based, I'll segregate the answers in a two different ways so that can help everybody to understand. So first, it's on the PAA basis. So uh, assuming that each household people, they are going to like throw things like on the PAA aspect, through like the old combs, some of your toothpaste and toothbrush, probably your bit of a hair that you are trying to sweep and throw it into your garbage bin, right? That can help the attackers to perform plenty of things to expose and understand the target in terms of PA data. Let's assume that you're throwing your hair, uh, old comb, and paste and brushes. This helps the person to perform a DNA test on the household people. This also helps them to understand your daily routines, what are the food habits that we are having it, right? So all those data, whatever we are actually like throwing into the systems on the garbage bin, this will collect it as a data, right? This is going to go on a sensor. So all those sensors should have a secure transmission. Let's assume these things were not been in a proper way, or these things are not kept in a secure transmission way. So what will happen? An attacker will come to know what are the food habits that a specific household people has. What are the specific food that one particular person is having it, right? It's not just a food. What is your medical conditions? Some people take an insulin for diabetes. So their insulin level, they will be understanding it, right? So if we throw it, um, into the garbage bin, if the garbage bins and things were being not been structured, not been kept highly secure, so these things will go out in a different way. So who has all this communication safer? The municipal and the government has to keep all those things safer and secure, right? So let's assume that these things were not being kept and safer and secure. So the entry point for that risks are going to be from your garbage bin. They need to be protected. If not garbage bin, the other way is not to target directly to you. So the target is going to be the person who's working in the municipality or the person who's managing that uh, waste management. Either it is a vendor or the person who's managing it, a private organization. Their employees are this targets. So how they can target, that's where Rajashekhar has dropped a detailed information on the answers. Social engineering possibility for the employees, phishing attacks are one of the major things. They can also try to deploy a malware, uh, not deliberately to the systems of a user. They can also try to do it on a physically. They can plug in and plug out the malware USB onto the waste management bin that can help them to collect the data. So these many options are available for the attackers. I hope I answered your question with Lakshmi. Perfect. And we are in the top of our hour. We are going to let close it uh, little early. Um, so let's move on for the economy and environment implications. So inventing cybersecurity is not just a cost, right? So it is a strategic investment with a significant returns. As you all aware of it on the previous slides that we have covered, we have seen the lot of cases. The average data brace for a critical infrastructure cost around 5 million, right? The ROI, which is rate of returns for the cybersecurity investment, is very clear. So, as we seen in the chart, the value generates the risk avoidance significantly overweighing the cumulative security investment over a time period. This investment provides an operational resilience by preventing downtime and avoiding regulatory fines. It also provides an environmental protection by ensuring a proper waste management routine and the proper treatment and preventing a contaminating risk. Secure systems enable uninterrupted recycling, increase rate between 18 to 24%, optimizing the logistics in a secure routing operations by reducing the carbon emissions up to 30%. And the resource recovery enhancement is highly secure in terms of operations. Or we can refer into the cost versus value analysis side, a 15% of lower CTUs and 23% of higher efficiency. And you can also see that 78% of fewer incidents while we were implementing all this process and 3.2% of ROI returns in terms of 5 years. Let me quickly go to the next slide. Future trends and actionable recommendations. So this is for something the companies and the countries who are planning to enable the smart cities. The future is shaping on the advanced AI/ML computings and the quantum computing and cryptographics. We'll also see a cyber insurance are tailored for the smart cities infrastructures. New regulatory developments are came into the picture, compliance requirement. So for all these stakeholders, in general recommendation, the city leaders should prioritize a cybersecurity governance, dedicated budget, and the tech provides should also adapt a secure design by principle. Waste operators must train their staffs and maintain the offline backups. And researchers should continue to develop a new security standards. The implementation timeline should be good. In the immediate terms of focus on security assessment and critical patches, within the 6 months of timeline, the staffs and the training response team has to be planned. In an year of work technology upgrades or beyond 24 months, integration of AI and quantum security is needed. And, and the most important thing is educating the employees on a regular training basis program so that can make them understand. So, or we will be able to see all those steps here in terms of an emerging technology and the stakeholders wise, just to give you the glimpse of how it has been planned, how we can do a recommendation for the teams. And the last but not least, the Q&A session. I wanted to thank you all for your attention, and I hope this presentation brings some of the new insights of the ideas and things that you have learned in a different perspective and how important it is to secure the smart city waste management networks. And I'm open for questions. Okay, so anybody has questions beyond those 3 or 4 people's questions? Okay, I can see some questions. Oh, so those are old ones. Guys, this session has been extended up to 3:30 based out of the scheduled timeline, right? So I made it 30 minutes early to have a
Hello.
Q&A session. So when we have
Okay. Hi.
Participants, mic is enabled.
Good evening.
If you want to engage by asking some questions, if you have in this topic, you can ask now.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, Priya. Yeah, Priya, I
Sir,
can hear you.
this is Priya. Sir, can you tell me any hardware level security in IoT devices, sir? Uh, How
Okay.
they are
So
secured?
when you look into the IoT device, which are completely different than the regular devices like your laptops, mobile phones, right? See, IoT devices are meant to be kept in an isolated network. In a way, when you have your laptops, mobile phones, and your computers, they don't keep the IoT devices in the same network. They'll have the isolated network to have a complete secure in-out. And that was the only and currently followed methodology to avoid any sort of a cyber attacks, Priya. If you look into any of the oil and rig manufacturing unit or the manufacturing on the car industries, they don't have any of the OT devices are open for any connectivity modes that can be connected only physically. That physically also has so much of restrictions, 3, 4 levels of restrictions to get inside to that room to connect to the OT and IoT devices.
Okay, okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, Priya. Mm. Any other questions, guys?
Hello, sir. This is Vinod Brasnav from Excel Engineering College, Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, Vinod.
Actually, sir, we have in our subject we have distribution generation. It means that in local, what are the resources we have? By using that resources, we will give a supply to the rural area people, like the biomass, thermal, sun, biomass, then wind power plant, like that, solar, like that, we will give a distribution generation. Like that, the smart waste management system has like many this type of distribution around the rural area, like that I am asking, sir. Any
Sure.
concept on that?
So I'll put it in a much more easier note for everyone. So you are talking about the power consumption, right? So power consumption can be taken from a different methods. So either you can go for a power consumption on windmill, and let's say like you can generate a, electricity power from the water, and you also can do from different sources. But when it comes to waste management system, what you can achieve is you cannot use the same technology for the other ones. But when you use the smartest way, what you can try to do is you can reduce number of employees who's working on that area. I'll give you a best example. Um, in a current cities or in a current towns, in any places, if you see that there will be the waste management team from the municipality. They'll come in a regularly on a daily basis or 2 days once to see your the garbage bins to collect all the garbages from the cans, right? So in that, if you look into it, their process of daily coming is going to be like waste of the fuel and the waste of travel trips if the garbage bins were not been completely filled. Still, the municipality has to make their employees to come and look into all the street and bins. For these kind of things, we can reduce it. You can reduce the manpower. You can reduce the over routing trips of multiple times when the garbage bins were not been fulfilled or filled, and how efficiently we can use it. Let's say one of the areas is required more than 2 trucks. Rather than sending a one truck, we will be getting an alert from the existing systems on a smart city that will help them to go on route to the direction automatically based out of the sensors and the GPS basis. That will help the people to go and collect the garbages and they can dispose it much more easier and faster way. So that systems we can create it. When you ask for something very similar to it on the power consumption, probably not on this waste management system, but very similarly, to make it much more productive and efficient, we can reuse and associate for the other purposes rather than using it on a similar platforms of work.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay, Vinod. Any other questions? Anybody has any questions?
Sir, I have a question.
Sure, ma'am.
Sir, cyber security in smart cities is still an emerging field, right? So, what do you see as the most promising research opportunities in this domain, sir?
That was a very good question, ma'am. As mentioned, since it is an emerging field, most of the IT industries are moving towards two sections. One, as you are already aware of it, cybersecurity is one of the part, and the second one is the combination of cybersecurity with the AI platforms, because these two are going to be the highest invested in the upcoming timeline. They're going to invest so much of money on these two sections to build, to come up with the safe and secure framework to have all those things in place. As we were discussing on our couple of slides before, how we can enable the AI platform. So all the AI platforms, what we have it in the internet, can can be utilized for a POC purposes. Companies like Saudi Aramco's and other companies, they were already moving ahead with the smart city. They call it a wall. In-housely, they want somebody who can actually enable this AI platform, can work only for them. And on top of it, they need to train their AI functionality with all the securities frameworks that can help them to do the autonomous work rather than doing it a manual effort. This is one of the key and major factors. Most of the organizations who's working towards the smart city supporting, this is where they are trying to do it.
Thank you, sir. And that means how can we balance innovation and rapid deployment in smart city projects while still ensuring the strong security measures are in place, sir?
So innovation is also comes with the greater framework pattern. For an example, in a very recent projects that we are working on one of the projects for the smart city. How our team has done it, they come up with the problematic situation for those. Let's take a general example of uh, the trucks which were supposed to come, and the trucks were unable to come on the timeline, and what is the best way to make the trucks and the associate to come and take it forward. So everybody talks about that scenario, but nobody talks about the better way of an innovation. Why should the garbage truck should come and take the bins, right? Why not let's have the garbage bins to travel to the places where all the trucks can stand, and they can onboard all the garbage bins. They can take it to that dump yard. So in a way, this was a silliest thought process, but that becomes the most innovative ideas in the cities like China and in the other cities. They were trying to reduce in a manual effort of an activity. Again, this is an innovation, how they can put forward in terms of cybersecurity aspect. They went back to the same framework that we have discussed, NIST framework. The same framework pattern, they are trying to put forward this innovation. What happens if there is a collision happens, if this garbage bin travels back to the garbage management area, what we required. So do we have a GPS to track it? Yes. Do we have a collision detection? Yes. Do we have a sensors? Yes. What happens if something goes wrong? Do we have an alert mechanism? It sends the data immediately to the nearest garbage management team who are there. Can they go and collect it? So these things are comes with the greater risk of a framework that we were discuss on NIST framework with an innovation that can incorporate both security and an innovation in this platform.
Thank you so much, sir. And in the context of smart city waste management, yeah, actually you have explained some of the common cyber security vulnerabilities also. So if you see about the in context of smart city waste management, what may be the most common cyber security vulnerability that need a very urgent attention like that?
So in the top 5 section, when we look into it, the default credentials that predominantly most of the devices that we've been currently using on the smart city, that needs to be resetted, that needs to be changed first. And second most important thing, they need to check if there are any additional services that is being kept on open. They need to shut down the services. And the most important thing is they need to have the monitoring system in place to see if there are any devices of their OT or IoT devices or the garbage bins and the manufacturing uh, systems are being damaged or it is being overloaded with the memory, if there are any challenges, those are the top 5 and common security issues that we are seeing it in a current timeline.
Oh, okay. Thanks, sir. Actually, from your profile, it seems like you have conducted over 200 plus vulnerability assessments and all. So, from your experience, what best practices should all the organizations adopt to make their IoT systems more secure?
Sure, ma'am. So when we perform the pen testing and the assessment, right? So the first thing what we look into it, how these IoT platforms are built. So to clarify people on the audience list, OT is a different platform, IoT is a different platforms to make it people understand. So OT is operational technologies or predominantly this is kept to be in a location where nobody have an access to it. It is only restricted to people of very limited usage, right? Like manufacturing, dams and reservoirs, and let's say like nuclear power plant areas. These are the areas where we have an OT devices. When it comes to IoT, so IoT is Internet of Things, right? So the elaborative for makes it much more easier and clarified way. IoT is a platform where the internet users can connect to the devices to perform an operations. An example, smart switches in your houses. Now you may able to see that in a lot of commercials, TV commercials or advertisements. You have an Alexa, you have devices can turn off your TV, turn on your lights, turn off your fan, even with the smart AC where you can turn off, right? So there is an interface to connect to the device directly, which has the human functionality works. It's not typically a remote system. It is in a platform where you can communicate. So that specific IoT platform is going to be designed in such a way to keep it highly secure. Because when we use an IoT device, we need to make sure that transfers the data in a secure way as always, which should be using HTTP and it should have the highest encryption bit, not the older version that should use an RSA and the other encryption mechanism to have these secure channels. And most importantly, unwanted services should be completely avoided and making sure this doesn't take any set of a data, only it has to be used the mobile data or the wireless networks to connect only to the only to that device rather than connecting to the entire devices. So to keep it in a much more easier format for an application on an IoT, everybody has to follow the OWASP security standards. They have the checklist, they have the best practices in place. That's exactly the same scenarios and steps the team has to follow while they are building up an IoT applications.
Thank you, sir. Nicely explained. So,
Thank you.
from your answer, based on your answer, this with AI and IoT growing very rapidly, and how do you think the role of ethical hacking and penetration testing will evolve in the next few years?
It's going to be enormous role for the security consultant, ma'am. In a way where you will be seeing that like most of the jobs currently or most of the roles and responsibility lies with the security team or cyber security team members. It's not only for the offensive. There are a lot of cyber security divisions are put together. Security teams responsibilities not only for like what I do is for the offensive part. So what we do is we try to do pen test, which is ethical hacking. We try to showcase the severity to the customer, saying that like, hey, this can be hacked. So that's what something what my team does it. Whereas my counterpart on my organization, what they try to do is they try to defend everything in a secure way to make sure that nobody enters into the systems or nobody hack into the system. They have a log monitoring team, they have a SIMSOC management team, they have a firewall management team, we have a network management team. So all of them come under cybersecurity. We also have a PKA team who writes and keep the certificates, security encryptions are safe in place. We also have a team who writes a secure coding We have a team members who works only for the assessment level, who think through and who writes the policy to keep everything defined. So in a way, when we take any of the applications, servers, services, anything when we try to get for internet basis product, everything requires a security in one way or another way. It requires an amount of associates need to be worked. Only thing is, the person who's going to be onboarded in this specific role should aware of all the technologies, should willing to learn, because specifically on security front, right? So security is going to be like keep evolving field. It's not going to be the regular ones like our existing let's say like for an existing platform. So it needs to be constantly learning required for a cyber security. It's going to like move and change the platforms. When AI comes into the picture, everyone talks about AI, right? I'll take an example on the AI platform. Since AI has been very popular in a couple of weeks back, Nano Banana from a Google, it's very popular. Everybody was started using a trending mechanism like updating their photos and trying to get the photos on a different shots, different photos from different era, and a lot of people are using their actual faces. So again, when it comes to AI, it helps you to make all the good requirement on the photos that helps the people to like enjoy that they've been standing in front of let's say like Taj Mahal or Eiffel Tower, that makes them feel better. But when it looks into a cybersecurity aspect, people are unknowingly giving their digital identity, how safe that is. So that's somebody else's job, which is a security guy's job, to make sure that if somebody was uploading a photo on an AI platform, we need to make sure that their photos are stored only a temporary purpose. We are not supposed to use their photos for any other reason. A security guy who's on the other side should test all those things before it goes for the public. So security role will be more. Now the AI is helping the security guys to come up with a different set of guidelines, different promising field. The regular fields on cybersecurity will be evolved in a different sort of roles and responsibility for a cybersecurity people. Earlier, it was only a defensive team and offensive team. Now there is a team who's been going to work on it. They called the AI upfront or AI front security team. So the evolution is there for security.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Participants can ask any questions. One of the participant asking mail ID, sir. If you wish, you can provide.
Sure, sure. I have email account. Let me drop you guys an email ID. Sorry, I didn't notice that. So this is my email ID, and you guys can write up an email if it's required. Any sort of discussions, I'll be able to help you guys with anything that requires in terms of cybersecurity side.
One participant texted, sir, one question.
I'm looking into the questions like robot vacuum cleaner equipped with a camera and robotics and for the waste pickup. What are the cybersecurities risks contained over this? So take an example, including your mobile phone has the same challenge, Niveda. So let's take an example on your robots, right? Like vacuum cleaner as a robot. As long as it doesn't connect it to any of your networks, most of the vacuum cleaner robot comes with the IoT applications, right? So that's a smart robot, right? So in a way, that smart robot connects with your mobile application. So you can control them with your mobile application. You can command your uh, vacuum robot to use room one and room two to clean up, right? So assuming that this is again the similar scenario. So make sure everything works within your networks. Let's take an example. If mobile application on the IoT platform can be breached, somebody can actually control your mobile application to control your robo, right? So, which is the robotic cleaner. So the robotic cleaner, I can instruct the robotic cleaner to come to your room, and I can capture the sensitive information from your room. Let's say like you are sitting in front of a laptop, you are trying to type your let's say like you are typing an email. So from your robotic camera, I can try to sense what you are typing. That's one of the best part. We need to be aware of it. When you have high in technology, we need to make sure that are we safe, are we secure using them, how we can actually like restrict those areas. I believe I've answered your question. Perfect, thank you. I see there were no questions now. Over to you.
Hope you have clarified all participants' questions there. So it's a time to conclude the session. Sir, do you want to say any other thing, or shall we conclude?
No, I wanted to like thank you and Kusum ma'am to giving me this opportunity, and I've been working on multiple front in terms of cybersecurity, and this specific platform on a topic that helps me to go back and study most of the things on smart cities and waste management in a way that I need to connect with all my counterparts who's working on different parts of the country. I spoke to them. I asked them like, hey, provide me the smart city plan that you guys are working on it. I need to understand what you guys are actually like working on it. So I need to go back and do pretty much 2 weeks of data research to understand what is this in detail that we can provide in a real-time scenarios. So thank you for providing me this opportunity for both Mandula ma'am and Kusum ma'am to giving me this chance to elaborate in terms of how the real world scenario of cyber security can be used for the smart city and its management. Thank you, and I have to thank the audience as well, being patient to hear all the discussion part, and being very polite in terms of asking questions. And thanks to all the participant who's asking very good questions to understand how deep and technology oriented audience that I'm having it here. Thank you once again, everyone. Thank you, ma'am.
Great to know about your career, sir. So it's a time to give a vote of thanks to. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Nova Franklin, Regional AppSec Delivery Lead at Tech Mahindra Bangalore, for delivering such an excellent session on cybersecurity aspects in smart city waste management networks. Your session provided us with a deeper understanding of how cybersecurity frameworks, web practices, and secure coding approaches play a vital role in protecting smart city waste management systems. The way you explained real world challenges, mitigation strategies, and best practices made the session highly practical and engaging for our participants. And your insights on bridging the gap between the technical risk and actionable business outcomes were especially valuable. And you were patiently explaining all the queries with meaningful answers and all. Thanks a lot for that, sir. We sincerely thank you for sparing your valuable time, sharing your expertise, and enriching this FDP with your knowledge. So thanks a lot for your wonderful session, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Sir, if you don't mind, if you unmute your video, I will take a screenshot also.
Sure. 1 second. I think I can switch the camera. Let me see if I can turn on.
Kindly keep the first page, sir, with your photo.
Okay. 1 second, ma'am. Okay. I hope you can see me with the background. Do you also wanted to see the first page? Is that what you are asking? Correct?
So kindly show that the front page you have created, says that
Yeah. One
screen.
second.
One second. One second.
Is it fine?
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone. Have a great weekend ahead, guys.
Participants, kindly wait for a while. Next session will starts at 3:30.
Hello.
Sir, no, sir, are you there?
Hello. Hello. I'm audible.
Sir, just a moment.
Yeah.
Sir, Manoj, can you check whether you can able to share the screen?
Are you asking me?
Hello, Manoj, sir, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, okay, just a moment, sir. Can you whether you can share the screen, sir? After that, I'll give the introduction. You can start the session, sir.
I don't have a permission. Can you give me permission for that? I don't have permission for video as well as this one.
Just a moment, sir. Mistakenly, I made another one also.
Okay.
Just a moment.
Just check Manoj. Yes.
Oh, okay, sir.
This is for the students or like this is for the faculty?
Sir, 95% are faculties, sir, and remaining scholars. Now I made as your presenter. Can you check, sir? One second.
Yeah. Yeah, I can able to share now.
Okay, okay, sir. Just a moment.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just a moment, sir.
Okay.
I will give you introduction. After that, you can start.
Yeah.
Just a
I'll
moment.
just stop. I'll just stop. Okay.
Yes. Yes, sir. Okay, good afternoon once again, respected dignitaries, esteemed resource persons, and dear participants. Our next session is on real-time case studies in sustainable waste management Now we are delighted to welcome Mr. Manoj Kumar Soda, Industry Consultant ESE at Rockwell Automation, Bangalore. So Mr. Manoj is a certified CSE assessor and ISO 14064 series GHC accounting lead verifier with strong expertise in environmental, social, and governance solutions, sustainability strategies, and decarbonization programs. In his current role at Rockwell Automation, he collaborates with cross-functional teams to implement ESG frameworks, lead sustainability initiatives, and drive green transformation programs across India and UAE. He also integrates big data, AI, and analytics into sustainability projects, enhancing decision-making and innovation. With more than 7 years of professional experience that includes key leadership roles at Knowledge Lens, Mr. Manoj has successfully delivered impactful projects exceeding financial and strategic milestones while helping business align with the sustainability goals. Today, he will share real-time case studies that connect theory with the practice, demonstrating how technology-driven sustainability initiatives can make measurable impacts on both organizations and the planet. We warmly welcome you, Mr. Manoj, sir, and look forward to your insightful session. Welcome you,
Yes.
sir.
Thank you for the warm introduction. So first of all, like you people calling me as sir is a bit amazing because I'm from the MITS. I passed out in 2017. So from Knowledge Lens, I'm the first person who joined from MITS. So I'm a bit nervous because usually I used to take all these sessions to the clients, and now I'm giving this to my staff who has been sitting over there at MITS. So a bit nervous. So and thank you very much. And yeah, so let's start the session. So are you able to see my screen?
Yes, perfect, sir.
Yes, sure. So first of all, thank this for giving this opportunity because what we do in real time, what we taught in the college and what we do here is a bit different. So here we play daily with data and we work with clients in terms of addressing their problems, not just by focusing their business needs, but also their organization needs. I'll just quickly introduce. I think, ma'am has already introduced myself. So I'm Manoj Kumar Soda. I'm from MITS only. So I have completed my engineering in 2017. And then immediately I joined Rockwell. So in the sense Knowledge Lens. So after 2023 March, so we have been acquired by Rockwell Automation. Since then, I've been working as an industry consultant, and also I have some certifications in terms of sustainability. There is so much of background voice from where it is.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have muted all. You can carry on, sir.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you. So I've been certified assessor, which is called as CSE, which is Consumer Sustainability Readiness Index, where I help the customers in terms of understanding their sustainability needs, business objectives, their organization goals, and transforming them into a digital solutions. I've been also ISO 14604 lead verifier for their carbon accounting and net zero goals. I've been also working as an visiting faculty at Mahindra University, where I take classes for MBA and engineering and MCA students for business consulting, project portfolios, and sustainability is one. I've been working with Government of India for some of the projects like SPRANA, which is called as Air Quality Monitoring Program for entire India. Then the Plastic Waste Management Program. And in Dubai, we have been working in entire carbon tracking and all. So, and thanks for MITS for giving me all those funders, the fundamentals which helping me to shape my day in, day out journey. So with this session, I'll just brought into two things. So the waste as well as the sustainability as well, so that we can engage. So is it possible to hear, like, if I ask some questions, is it possible, Manjula, to get response from the people, like any chart, like how it is?
Sir, since some of them were disturbing, I muted all the mic. So if you are while you are asking questions, that time I will enable the mic, sir.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask how many of them are, if they can give thumbs up, that is fine. I'll just come back to the screen.
By the time they can chat, that means they can text in the chat box.
Yeah.
So you
So
can-
I just wanted to hear how many of you know sustainability. Just put a thumbs up in the chat box. I'm sorry, asking these two questions to the lecturers is a bit thing. So I'm just asking. Okay. Maybe you can raise your hand also. That could be appropriate thing. I just wanted to hear how many of you know what the word sustainability means. So I think all lecturers will be thinking, we have given this class, this fellow now here is asking kind of thing. So I got two response. Okay, I don't want to, uh, you know, ask you again. So thank you. I got two responses. I'll just go back to my screen. Okay, so confirm. Are you able to see my screen, Manjula?
Yes, you can go.
Okay. So the word sustainability is all about the practice of meeting our current needs without compromising the ability of future generation to meet their needs. Okay, so whenever we talk about sustainability, we talk about whatever the resource that are there. Let us say water or energy or maybe air or maybe the utilities what we use in day in day or not. We should be consumed in such a way that uh, whatever we do today, that should have an impact for the next generation of it, which means uh, indirectly what we are trying to do in the sustainability is like control what we are able to control and also try to control which are things are going to be out of control also. So that is where the sustainability is come from. In India, sustainability have some targets like 2070 is the one where India is planning to go by net zero, which means there will be a zero carbon to emissions, which will be coming into the environment. So typically speaking, whenever the sustainability is a word or the buzzword which is going to hear in near future, it's all connected to the three pillars, which is environment, social, and governance. When we talk about environments, we always see about factors resembling for the GSG emissions. I think everyone might aware that GSG emission stands for the greenhouse gas emissions, which will be, we have been hearing from our school days, and in engineering also we have been taught through our for managerial economics functional analysis program where we talk about all the environment related solutions which comes on sitting help us to shape our journey. So let's see how our current, some stress points which we can see in ecosystems. So if you can see the eight over here, the pasted one on the slide. So these are all the high alarming trends which we are encountering in day in day out. So like as per the latest IPCC data points, which the climate indication, you can see there is an exponential population growth every year by 0.7%. Indirectly, it is affecting 1.18% of deforestation. Altogether, it is giving 2.02. I'm sorry for the font. So it just been merged with the upper font. So together, all these contributions are leading to, emit pollution into the air by 0.6%. And again, drastically, if you see the water pollution, so every year we are experiencing a 2.4% of water pollution. With this heat increasing, the sea level rise is also been increasing by 3.3 level, which is huge in terms of calculating. The consumption of natural resources is going very huge. As per the last year data, it is 70% consumed across the world. And the main pain point of this earth is plastic, which has been 80% comparatively to other things. So just one thing, correct me if I'm going too fast or you like, is my face is okay for you guys? Hello? Like, uh, is it okay, right? Like, am I going very fast or just give me a thumbs up if I'm okay? Okay. Okay. So when you see there is an exponential rise when the GHG emissions that has been committing, from to into the environment from a different sectors. This particular diagram, especially collected from the IPCC and I drawn, if you see the measure of the emissions that are drawing into the world is through energy. And again, the energy has been divided into multiple segments where you can see like electric and heat is 31%, manufacturing is 1.2%, transportation is 1.0%, other fuel combustions and 8.4%, and fugitive emissions. But today's topic is about waste. You can see a small amount of waste emissions are also coming from small amount of weight is also, GHG emissions are also coming from waste segments. So this is how the typical world is revolving around in terms of GHG emissions portfolio. I will move on to the next slide. This is just a glimpse where what is the burden on the earth by different sectors in terms of polluting kind of thing, where waste is also stands out one of that sector where the different types of waste is classified in here. So let's see what we have seen is like about the GHG emissions. So if you want to see them how they looks on, there are divided GHG emissions are divided into three types. They call it as scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions. The scope 1 emissions are the emissions which are all owned by a facility. Let us say in a typical, now if you can consider MITS as an institute, whatever the emissions that are coming from our facility, which means through our buildings, through our electricity, through our processes, like if it is not applicable for our industry, since it is an education institute, but whatever the vehicles that has been owned by us, all those things are considered to be as direct emissions. Though the second emissions are called as scope 2 emissions, are the emissions which are coming to our facility. Like if I considered again MITS as an example, whatever the electricity that I purchase through grid or the local supplier, which is going to be come to our facility, are called as indirect emissions, which is called as scope 2 emissions. For example, electricity, heating, cooling oils. You might have seen the ACs running in our library, right? So all the central ATs are all driven through our chillers, all those things. So for that, we need to procure some sort of gas which makes them cool. So other emissions are all considered as scope 3 emissions, where our employee communication. So in our college example, it could be our students communicating or employees communicating, or the franchises we do, or we the fest we do, and all those things are considered to as scope 3 emissions. Like further, we need to give some predominant amount of money both for hosting and as well, right? And some other emissions like waste emissions, for example, when we conduct any fest or something, so we generate some sort of waste through that process. But typically speaking, in a day-in-day environment, we have a facility running in the canteen. So that is also one sort of waste generating utility which is available in the thing. So I just given some example pointing to the college, but in a real world, when it compared to the industries where we considered everything like material, extraction, employee communicate, the productions, business travels. When I travel across, across many states or maybe out of country, so we calculate how much of hours I've been on the air and what is my business class travel or what is my economic class travel. So which flight I'm traveling, we calculate how much of CO2 emissions that has been omitted because of me traveling to the other country like that. So there is a significant weightage which is going to come in India near future. So the regulations are working in very soon to bring those 2030 as a one baseline year, followed by 2070 as our goal to achieve that net zero. But if you look around the world, let us say Germany or maybe USA, especially Europe countries. So sustainability is there in their day in, day out. So today, day-to-day activities, they are working enormously in controlling of sustainability. Anybody, whoever see that there is a product which is launching in Europe, you can see, for example, let's say a recent example like iPhone, which has been launched. You can see if you can buy an iPhone in Europe, you can see one DBP, we call it as digital platform. You can see how much of carbon emissions that has been generated for manufacturing that particular device, and also significant amount of wastage that has been done through that process kind of thing. We can able to see in the iPhone packet itself. So that was the one thing. But India, we are not able to do such things. But there is a regulations which BSR is there, where SEBI incorporates everyone to follow this program, where they clearly tell all the 500 listed companies to be registered, and they have to report their emissions. So let's look around how this emissions will be look like. If you see whatever the emissions that has been generated, all they are going to enter into our atmosphere, where the GHG emissions are classified into 6 segments. I think if anybody is from chemistry lecturers, they would be able to see all those conversions which is there on there. So everything we produce, we buy, we utilize, we mobilize, or maybe we put it into somewhere we sell also, everything is accounted through atmospheric GHG emission factors. So you can see the different type of gases are there, like CO2, methane, and hydrofluorocarbons, and all those things. But however, we only measure them into CO2, because CO2 comparison is very, if you look at our chemical periodic table, which is there, when we have studied in our engineering term. So because of the CO2 nature and the value which is falls in the periodic table, it is very easy to compute the values equivalent to CO2 and compare it to the other gases. So that is where everyone in the world will refer the GHG emissions into it. Okay, I just highlighted CO2 of it. Okay, so I'm just talking about carbon accounting, how it is relevant to waste. So any waste process which is being generated in a facility, which is directly related to carbon emissions, which is not related to the money or maybe the revenue, but however, it is all about related to the calculation of how much of emissions that has been emitted through that waste generation process, and what is the overall footprint that has been generating. And with this generating, we can able to, like we as engineers, able to rectify or maybe see how much of the total emission collections, emission conversations, or maybe the compliance, how much we have been deviating. And we can have a good data visualizations where we can play around so that it can looks like how we are able to do it and all. So if someone wanted to see how the chemical has emission calculation has been asking, I can show you a small demo also, a client one, a real-time environment when how this has been calculated. So yeah. So right now till now we have spoke about like how we have been doing the emissions and all, but if you can look at the industrial sector, like, so it has need some information in terms of decarbonization missions. One such thing is like every year, like CO2 is being doubled, and over the 10 years, the value is being doubled. And for the coming 30 years, we are expecting to reduce the CO2 by 6% every year. And every alternative year, we can say it like, in other words, every 10 years, we need to divide our CO2 emissions until 2050 to meet our Paris goal. And whatever the industries that produces 1/5 of the carbon emissions, they are playing a significant global effect effort. So these are all the highlighted, industrial sector why we need to look around. So if someone wants us to hear about all these things, you can find the respective links also over here. There is one program called as World Economic Forum. Like there is a different categories like employee, student, tutor kind of thing, where you can download real-time examples which can be taught to our students if to get the idea what exactly happening around the world. So it is World Economic Forum. So I'll just check. Am I boring or like do you want some break or something? No.
Sir, until 5 you have timing, sir.
Okay.
You can carry on. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. So I'm like actually like ma'am said like this should be interactive setting, because if I don't feel interactive, I don't feel like you know I'm just reading it to myself kind of thing I'm feeling. So yeah. Okay. Fine. Let's move on the session. Okay. So why sustainability is key for all industries? If you look at the sustainability, uh, the sustainability is like the key for every environmental health. The sustainability is, key for optimizing our world's energy and resources. When I say resources, it need not to be energy all the time. It's a water, it's about our solar energy, wind energies. It's about our electricity as well. It's about soil, land, and everything. So sustainability, we need to make it in every part of our life so that our the extinction species which are going to be outdated that can be prevented. And we also bring social inclusion and equality. Ultimately, we reduce the cost and save money. So that was the most satisfying thing anybody human life will have. So saving money is the biggest thing. So if we can cut down our needs in such a way that where our day in day out needs are also be compromised. So indirectly it is going to affect our spending and everything. So that we can save our money as well. Finally, we ensure the survival of humans and planet Earth. So whenever we talk about sustainability, not just by looking at the data which is there in the industry spectrum or on any other forums, but it's all about understanding the term. And when you understand sustainability, you have to consider the three things. One is environment protection, which is our primary responsibility, social development, awareness, companions, and all. Significantly, we need to achieve our economic growth. How we are going to achieve? That is something we are talking in the sustainability journey, where we help in industries by cutting their emissions through our frameworks. I'm going to explain that framework next slides also. So typically, when we were in college, we don't know how any policy works, right? So this is a really example where I have directly taken, because I'm giving this to my college. I just wanted to bring it very clean and all. So when I do the consulting projects to any of the client in terms of bringing out their sustainability factor, we always see company level what sustainability innovation they are triggering around. Then we will be running through with them how the business structure is going to be there, what is the value addition which is going to be bring, in how the customer interface is going to happen, what is the financial model it is going to apply. So these things will be keep evolving on and off until we come up with the business case for a sustainability for controlling our environment by reducing the toxic environments or whatever it is. But ultimate goal is to come out of with the one business use case. Company level will not only the factor can turn around the business case. There are some business environment impact also. One is public policy, where we need to aware what public policy can endorse here. We should always see a benchmarking. For example, if I'm comparing my company results with other company, let's say if I'm talking about a manufacturing sector like food and beverage industry, we call it as FMCS, or maybe we can call it as CPG, consumer packaged goods like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, Thumbs Up, or whatever it is, like cosmetics and everything. So if I'm doing this benchmarking for such industries, we always look how other companies are performing in them. So we have to have some set of benchmarkings, and we should also have some dynamic practices. Any business use case. Second. any business use case, if I bring over here through this process, if you don't have a dynamic process, then there is no value. And accountability to the public policy. Once all these things are done, how does the industrial change is going to happen in terms of bringing this particular change over here? And finally, the technologies which are available in the place can take it up and adopt it. So that is where the business environment comes. And also to do all those things, we need some competition. Like if I say, like recently the Sprite has come with a new idea called as Sprite Nude, which means they are not going to produce any sort of wrapping on the bottle. So the bottle will be very crystal clear, which is called as Sprite Nude, which is nothing is there, so that they have reduced 16% of plastic generation from that particular process. And also they have saved almost 1 million of packing money in terms of it. And obviously, when both things are done, indirectly they have stopped plastic coming into the thing. So then the second thing is like stakeholder. Any policy we make, we need to have somebody in the committee to approve it. The stakeholders, it need not to be the internal, it always mutual. We have board of members coming from other companies and as well as internal as well. So once everything is done, we should have a suppliers who bring it to the market. And then there is a circularity. I'll talk about this circularity in the next slides as well. And everything ultimate financial. So if you have a more money, you can do the many things. So this is how the typical any sustainability or any framework or any policies or any new product is going to come into the market, endorsing with the sustainability as a label, or maybe no waste, nothing. You can see some of the products advertising in the TVs or maybe in the airports. No excuse for the waste. So those products are considered as to be sustainability products. Basically, we call them as green products. So this is a typical framework coming for the green product one. So when in the previous slide, I spoke about any policy, it is going to become like how the any new initiative is going to come. But when we are doing all these things, we need some pillars. So if you see the sustainability pillar, the first pillar we talk about is the strategy and risk management. So how we integrate our ESG. I'll repeat the ESG again. Here it is ESG stands for environment, social and governance in our business strategy, and how my risk management practice is going to evolve. Because if I'm doing correct, somebody will say, like, if you can take school, college as an example only, like if I take my as an example, I will say like, why this class is necessary? I already know this kind of thing. So if you have that particular mindset, so this is not going to be have points. We should aware of what is the strategy and what is the risk that is going to come. So if I don't attend the class, my risk is I'll get attendance. So finally I have to do condolence fees and all those things, right? So it's the same thing applicable. If my product is not been whitelisted through a strategic risk and management one, so we need to be accountable here. So everything starts from our strategy and the risk management process. The second is go about our sustainable business process. How much our environment outcomes a part of your business processes. So we need to be accountable how many processes that has been did. So in the previous slide, I'll be showing you a good framework, maybe that can be applicable to any of you. Like it can be applicable to college also. If somebody wanted to do some change, you can adopt that framework. Huh? So the second thing is clean technology. How open I am to adopt a new technology. Today, everything is running around the world AI, but honestly, AI cannot replace some of the core competencies. So, but it will only help us to enhance our capabilities in terms of monitoring, reporting, and verification programs. So any company or any institute, they should be very open to adopt the clean technologies. So when all three are in place, there should be something to put us in stride, like governance, like in MITS, we have NSCC, right? NCC. So, or we have our lectures, or we have our principal to keep us in organized way. The same thing applies here. There should be one department called as environment, health and safety, who encourages all of us to do our, who encourages to follow all these place and bring sustainability flavor to our company. So it's a simply way, how ready is your organization in managing company sustainability transformation? So typically, a guy from a technical background like me, I focuses on providing assessments, doing and consulting works. I do consulting for everything, but my focus area will be always in terms of technology, because the background way what I come from is the technology. Okay, so simple thing we might have wondering how technology can help us. So anything connectivity makes it is possible to reduce the consumption of resources. At the same time, it increases the quality of life. That is how the technology is helping. So any technology can be incorporated to enable high quality of life based on the intelligence and the ethical responsibility in the system. So today we have a IT OT networks communicating to the many centralized data servers within the plant and getting the data. And also we have IoT where irrespective of the size and place, we communicate with them. And also we are nowadays, I'm working with Government of India where bringing some sort of regulations in AI. So I'm in a board of member for SEBI for AI driven initiatives. I'm working with a company called as Greenly, which is again a SEBI initiative where we bring about how technology is going to be there. Okay, so just now we having introduction about how ESG and all. When I break the GSG into many things, this is how it looks like. For the GSG emissions, there are certain technologies for emission monitoring, carbon footprint, advanced analytics to check the local and international standards. For energies, we have energy optimization and analytics. We have energy monitoring also. There is renewable energy tracking measurements. We have energy efficient consulting services. Some edge technologies working with AI to predict all the four which I have stated above. And there are also energy integration with context where we can trade our energy thing. I'll give you an example. Adani or Wari, all these are all solar which are going to come in near future and they are working. So you can, if you are generating solar through your home, and if you have a predominant amount of energy which is being generated to your solar, you can sell all those solar to them and you can trade them. You can decide your price how is going to. So that trading is going to come in next in 5-6 years down the line in India. So then ultimately we if you want to integrate with any of the IoT devices, all these data points can be integrated. So many of us, we will just treat waste in only in the form of solid, liquid or gaseous one. But however, the water waste is also becoming a pain point in India. For that, there are certain solutions like utility and or asset optimizations and water recycling programs. I think we can see in our college as well, and water quality management also one thing. So today, I mean, especially I'm working with NMCG, which is called as Namami Ganga for Clean Ganga. So there we track entire STP, CETP programs, which is STP is called as continuity effluent treatment. STP is called as Treeway treatment plants. From glaciers, which means the Gangotri to till Kolkata, we monitor the entire program and we have run the data analytics for them. I'm going to show that in one of my use case also that I have taken it for. So when we talk about the waste, today's point, we keep, whatever the point today we are going to discuss. So waste is it need not to be all the time what we see. Sometimes our asset performance are also factors for waste. Our process and yield optimization is also for waste. There are some track and trace waste programs for plastic. I have taken today's plastic and biomedical, where I'll tell you how we are tracking and sending data to Government of India. Paper reduction and material circularity, where we can have a significant amount of waste reductions. So when from the environment perspective, we are doing this much, but how about the social and governance? So we encourage people to go for an operator training so that they can reduce all these things. We always encourage people for workforce analysis. We'll see why this has been went wrong. If it has been went wrong, what is the trigger point? What made it to go wrong and stuff like that. And through governance, we do regular surveys, feedbacks, compliance, and everything. Altogether, our end of the day, our goal is to comply and adhere with the net zero goal so that our factory or maybe institute can work on the GSG's portfolio. Okay, so at our company, we have both the consulting program and we have ready solutions also. So we work on deploying them also. Okay, so before that, I'll just pause and I'll see if somebody has questions. Anybody has questions? We'll just have 5 minutes for questions before I enter into other sessions. I think Manjula, are you the one who is driving this, right? You can enable the speaking one, so it's okay. Not. Hello. Shall I continue or how do we want, like? So anybody has questions? Like if someone want to ask, like now I'm going to enter into purely the technology one, like how we are going to treat and what are the real life fun. So before I proceed, like I want to check like the background is proper. That's where like the next of the slides is going to. I need some 5 minutes to talk to you guys and check if you have something. Can you enable mic, like whoever raises a hand, like for them at least? Let me see if I can. Hello. Okay, if anybody, I don't know who is the one who is coordinator. Is she there? Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just wanted to talk to you once. Okay, just raise your hands. Shall we continue? Like, just raise the hands. Like, I think that permission is there. Okay, thank you. Okay, okay, sure. Okay, so I was just in the previous slide, I was just talking about how the technologies were there, right? So if you see some of the projects that were there in terms of controlling, emissions or the monitoring, where government of India has been there. The first thing is the carbon accounting. There is something called as green lens, which is called as continuous emission monitoring. There is an AQI, which is there on air quality index, where anybody can see what is the air quality one. And there is some programs called as National Clean Air Program, and there is some National Environment Safety Hazardous Amplification Program where they wanted to control the hazardous waste which has been coming into the environment. So that is from the emission stand perspective. From the energy, there are EMS solutions. I was talking about the demand forecasting, what Adani and Wari are doing currently in India. Then there is an EXT where Reliance is putting their efforts into bringing up the trading. Not the trading about the stocks, but the energy trading over here. From the water waste.
Monday, Tuesday circular வந்துச்சா மண்டேக்குள்ள பே பண்ணல அப்படின்னா அனுப்பிடுவாங்க வீட்டுக்கு.
What happened? Hello? Okay, so from the wastewater project, wastewater monitoring programs are there in India, where we monitor complete effluent treatment, like whatever the waste which is going to come in, which is directly releasing in the water or maybe oceans. We check them whether the waste is in under the norms to before releasing into the water. And there is an ingress outflow flow where we monitor what is your water that has been utilized versus how much you've been used. And there is a water balancing program. We check whether your waste generation is predominantly working in the industries with this program or not. And ultimately, if you are releasing the water to the agriculture and somewhere into the ground, so we check the groundwater availability, how much it is there. So that is where from the environment and regulatory compliance perspectives. And we also talk about the waste. There is a framework called as EPR, where I'm going to cover interactive sessions with, the real-time examples over here, like EPR for plastic waste, and we have single-use plastic and biomedical waste. Then there is some solid waste which we are working in terms of building. I'll give you the high level what we have done in one of the indoor city through this program. And ultimately, like everything has to apply to the industries, right? So from the industry manufacturing perspective, we have to avoid the waste, we have golden batch analysis. We have to avoid the waste, we have asset analytics. We have utility management programs to control our utilities. Then we have CPP optimizations, which is called as controlled production program, where you can control everything. Indirectly, you can control your waste, which is going to be generated through remote monitoring and control tower, where we can monitor how much of utility has been happened versus my production. So today, let's speak, predominantly on this one, like I highlighted on this. So likewise, I said, we are talking all these things, right? So I'll just come back to our meeting. Just check. Okay. Till now, are you guys good? Is there anything like abruptly? Can you just react like this? If I'm good, like just put a thumbs up like this. Okay, fine. I see only 3 people that to Sharain, Vinod and all. Rest of other guys are in the bridge, or they just joined and left somewhere. Okay. I think maybe it's in Saturday and coming all together at 3 o'clock and coming on this. Okay. So this is what it is, the process side, right? How I am as a consultant, I am working in an industry or maybe any particular company in terms of reducing the waste through my sustainable capabilities. Today, I help them in terms of their designing their product, they're designing their manufacturing. We encourage them their distributions. We track them their end of the use. We navigate them properly in terms of scrapping and putting it out. So there are multiple chunks of process we follow. For example, let's talk about waste one or the scrap. We do the smart connected practice. We do the predictive maintenance. We do the circular economy principles. We do the traceabilities program. If you look at it, our end of the day, our ultimate goal is to reduce the decarbonizations, greenhouse gas reportings, sustainable business rate, and digital thing. So this is how it, like, for example, if I am a person doing this for a, let's say, company for an Coca-Cola, or maybe I'm just taking Coca-Cola as a word again and again because we are very familiar with them. Okay. Or maybe we can say it for a L'Oreal. We do assessment in everywhere and we'll come with a remote. And finally, we'll tell them what is your low hanging fruits, which can be easily counted, and how to increase your program. And for the manufacturing, we work predominantly everything. So in recently, we have started like if someone is interested in picking up this domain, the sustainability is a good domain with a good technical and digital knowledge. So where AI is also working on some of the smart energy and AI closed loop functions. And we are working for the carbon capture and utilization for cement industries, where you need some big chunk of analytical background to come in. So that is what it is. Okay. So I was telling you, right, how I'm going to do this in a typical industry environment. Okay. This is how it is been planned. If you remember my previous slide, I was talking about the 4 building blocks: the strategy, risk management, sustainability, business process, technology, organization governance, right? Those are all the fundamental building blocks, which has been very important for any industry or any institute to have something in their mind in terms of sustainability. So again, those 9 building blocks are again divided into 9 pillars. We call it as strategy, risk management, operations, procurement, supply chain, product life cycle, clean technology, talent readiness, structure and management. Okay. And these 9 pillars with the governing of 9 building blocks, they again divided into 24 dimensions. For every pillar, there is a governing dimensions where everything is accountable. So the waste which I highlighted here as per the today's topic will fall under our operations. Since we are from a data science background, we work on the clean technologies governance. And from the strategy, all these are all the implicable. If you are managing a risk, these are all the impacting areas doing. And we can also see here pollution like air, water, and soil. We see our resources, water, and energy. And ultimately, this is GS Gencans. From the procurement, supply chain, and product life cycle, these are all the factors that is going to be affect. And for the clean technologies, we have a transparency program adoptions. For the talent and structure management, we have workforce development and leadership and thing. So I've been doing the consulting for this using these frameworks. So you can pick up few things and you can start using, and directly it can applicable for our college as well, where you can see what exactly happening in terms of waste which is going to be generated, or in, like we can start with our department and see how this is going to applicable to all other departments also. Okay, so this is how the theory it is. Now I'm going to have a live sessions like for the real world example. Did she back? Like Manjula is back. Can you enable some, like I need to check some if they have any questions. Hello? Hello? Usually who will be coordinating this? Like everything generally? Can anyone talk to her to enable? It's not possible. Huh?
Just a moment, sir. Just a moment, sir. 1 minute. The mic is enabled.
Yeah. So
Dear
we'll have some.
mic is enabled. If you have any.
So we have 40 minutes right now. So let's have some so 10 minutes of discussion. Then I'll complete the 5 real-time examples of waste, and then after that we can have one more question. So I'm just opening up this discussion. Can you guys ask if you have some questions so that we move on to the next real-time waste management solutions which we have developed so far. Do you have any questions?
Yes, Mr. Manoj, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. Mr. Manoj, I just have some clarifications related to this Rockwell, right? Now, so when you're do you all consider yourselves more like consultants?
Actually, typically Rockwell, if you see about, like I'm from a knowledge lens background. I was working in knowledge lens since 7 years, right from MITS. after passing from MITS, I joined Knowledge Lens. In 2023, Rockwell has acquired Knowledge Lens, where Knowledge Lens is predominant in consulting, digital, and environment one. So indirectly, since we joined Rockwell, all the talent of Knowledge Lens has been gone over there. I especially handles ESG department, ma'am. I've been the industry consultant where I work closely with the industries in terms of bringing sustainability flavor right from mitigation steps to controlling, reporting, and verification. Right, so not only this, but once the consulting everything is done, we also provide our ready solutions, which is there with Knowledge Lens, Rockwell, and everything. Yeah. Right, sir. For example, like if I found out their technology is lacking, I'll suggest some of the technologies like energy monitoring program, waste reduction programs, trade and trace possibilities, something like that. Yes. Right. So my question is this Sharon? Yeah, this is Sharon here. Yeah. So actually my question is this, that do you have a specific program that like in a year maybe, or for a period of 2 years, do you have grant quantums that Rockwell has for maybe for students or for partner organizations or like other stakeholders? Correct. Students, we have STEM program where we work with them in terms of bringing some of the technologies. Like there is one solution called as Plant PX that we have given it to all the IITs one, where they can play how the technology works in real one. Okay, if you want, I can maybe Kusma ma'am can come reach out to me. I can share those details with her. We have done it in Tamil Nadu, all about Tamil Nadu through Plant PX. Right. How the typical industry environment looks around, that is the one thing we have done. From the global level, we follow certain regulations through standard protocols, like we have IPCC, which has been there, World Economic Forum. We have a ZRI, Global Reporting Interface. And there is something called as SASB, Sustainability Accounting and Sustainability Business. And there is something called as CDP, Carbon Disclosure Project. So all these things where Rockwell is also there. In fact, Rockwell is our CEO is the co-founder of World Economic Forum. So we follow within organization also no excuse framework, which means there is no excuse for generation of waste in the plant as well as the process. We have been participating in World Economic Forum from the past 8 years. I particularly represent a wing called as sustainability customer, and likewise sustainability customer. There are other wings called as sustainable company and sustainable community. So I focusing on sustainability customers. So yeah, the practice is not just by externally driven, but also we have a practice internally driven. So that's where the expertise comes around. So we also works with some of the companies like EY, McKinsey, KPMG and all through a cross-functional programs for the bigger clients and something predominantly in a bigger level. Yeah. So do you all have tenders? How do you invite people to take up these projects and grants? And actually, I participate in the tenders. You participate. For example, in the recent, the next slides where I'm talking about the EPR, biomedical waste, and other, like for example, today Rockwell is the only company in India where we are managing the air quality index. When you go, if somebody is from the Delhi or maybe somebody is from the Gurgaon or those areas or NCR region, you can see the Delhi air quality is going bad and all. Yes. So that data is coming from us. And I'm the person, I proudly say, because you guys, my faculty. Yes. So I'm telling this, I'm the person who designed that air quality program, right? From coding, everything. So collecting the data, everything. So through tender only we participated. So I was there in Delhi for 4 years, entire calculation. Today you see air quality messages coming in your message or somewhere. So that is coming from us only. So and the feed is given to India. The software is developed by Knowledge Lens, and ultimately it is Rockwell. Yeah. That's all. Okay. Right. Yeah. Thank you so much, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. I think Shiva Ramalingam has raised his hand. Hello. Okay. Any questions or anybody in the house? You have any questions?
Yes, sir. Hi, sir. This is Vinod.
First of all, don't call me sir. Okay, I don't know. Like, I used to call you guys sir. So I'm just a student from your college, so you can call me Manoj.
Okay, sir. Actually, in our home, we have a kitchen waste. Those things we are use for our gardens. But in hospital, they are using that medical waste and e-waste. How they are disposal,
Yeah.
sir?
Yeah, I think you're too early. I think this question would have been answered to you. In the next slide, I have a biomedical program. So in India, there is a program called as BMW, which is called as Biomedical Waste One, where we are tracking how much of waste that has been generated and everything. So it goes to an incinerator where it burns the waste, and it goes to an landfill sites where they bury it. We call it as captive treatment flat. So in hospital, I think until unless if it is a rural area, and I can agree with you, but there are standard norms in hospitalities. There are bigger fines imposed where they have to treat the waste properly. So there is no exemption for it, Vinod.
Okay, sir. Sir, and one more thing, sir. In India, how we are handling the waste, more or less we know, sir. Actually, they are collecting papers separately and plastic separately, and like that they are doing. Apart from India, how they are managing, sir, in outer side of our country, how they are
Europe and
managing the
all,
waste?
Europe and all is like if I talk about the Europe one, so there is no excuse for the waste one. Only they have limited to the certain type of industries. They call it as 15 categories of industries as a green industries. So there they don't want to bring the waste. They're coming with the new alternatives. Like one alternative is like plastic is now coming with in the decarbonization one. Like it will be degrade also. Where ultimately it is going to come. But to you answer your question, sir, like there is no materialistic things which say, yes, there is significant achievement. So efforts are there, but the results are still awaited.
No, sir. Here, our municipality persons are coming and collecting. There, how they are doing, sir?
It is called as solid waste one. It is going to TSDF. It is called as total dissolved significant floors, where you can see landfills and dumping areas outside. No, so there will be a machine which is called as incinerator, where they burn with 500 to 600 degrees Celsius with the waste, and they put it into ashes, and they will just do it. That is landfill site. So I think I've not seen it in Madanpalli or somewhere, but if somebody is from Delhi, there is a place called Ghaziabad where you can see a bigger landfill site. So if you saw first time, you will see this is a hill or something, but as well it is not a hill, it is a landfill site. So the solid waste is going there, like and also they use the wet waste. No, in India, like Goa, one example I will take. We help them checking the biogas generation. So whatever the wet waste it is coming, no, it has been going to SDM, solid monetization monitoring program, something they have. So they generate biogas, and the same biogas they are giving back to the nearby rural areas for as in fuel. Yeah, there are programs in India: waste to energy, waste to oil, waste to road, waste to something which is called a circular economy, which I'm going to talk in next 20 minutes. So there you will come to know full. So then we can, if you have the questions, or later on we can ask the same thing again. Like if
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. So I think Dr. G. Gopu has raised distance.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, that is, I am having an idea for long duration. As you said, you are concentrating on Delhi zone. There is some pollution due to the burning of agri waste. Am I correct?
Correct. From Haryana and Punjab areas, we call it as stubble burning. Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Considering that they are as waste and burning, since it's agri on the product, can you suggest some?
Your voice is very low, sir. Can you place your mic a bit near?
Yeah, it's now okay.
Yeah. Pretty well. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks, sir. Thank you. Actually, the agri waste can be converted as a useful product for a cow or anything else instead of burning. But some having some that is raw hybridation. That means the raw material can be do in the form of powdery or addition of from the cattle department, or I can say veterinary department. They suggest what are the plus and minus of that corresponding product. The huge waste can be converted as the useful product for that is
if you go back to NWRE, National, or maybe you can go ahead to MOHA, Ministry of Housing and Urban. There is a link where you can put all these things. Actually, whatever you're talking now, so they have been tried, but the support from the local is like is not that much, sir. So like, you know, right? That's where if you remember 2 years back, there is a bigger strike happened because they imposed not to burn the crop. So typically the cropping, right? The fashion or the how will I say it? Like, let me put you like this: the way of cultivation compared to southern part of India versus the northern part of India is quite different. Because, for example, if the same paddy we are also having, right? If the same thing, what we'll do is our end of our crop we will plough. You know, we'll do the plowing and again we'll give the gauge as a cattle or something like that. But there they will burn it. So the burning, since the Delhi is situated in the center of India, and Delhi is always false if you look at in the GIS system, geographical inverse system, it comes always to the northeast part of it, and the Delhi is the landfill side. So that's where whenever that all the pollution that comes. So in India, like if you see the globe, the wind to India is always flows from the north to west side of it. So that's where even the east part, whatever you see, right? So the west part, whatever you see, the Punjab and all. So all those wind comes towards the India. So that is where the Delhi is been so polluted. The rest of the cities will have something water nearby, but Delhi, they don't have water. It is completely a landlocked city. So that's where the pollution is more on it. So whatever the products that you are telling, sir, there are local people, they are working, but the efforts are there. I think we worked with NRSA, National Remote Sensing Agency, for this data collection and all. I've been directly in them, so it is pretty impossible talking to them. So because they have taken, like whatever you said, no, cow dung and all those things they have taken, but not to the predominant of the thing. Okay, so I'll just pause over here. I will finish the rest of the things, then we'll open up for the questions. Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Okay. So we'll come back to our presentation. Okay. So waste, something which is not in a proper use at a given time. That is what everyone is like. I'm also been said as a waste fellow only. So when I was studying in the college. So but today I'm good for something. So same thing. So solid waste is always been given as like 3 waste: household waste, industrial waste, biomedical waste. Liquid waste is the water, gaseous waste is the emission one. So where I covered all those 3 things. So if you see the current economy, currently, if you go back to our Mahatma Gandhi days or whatever it is, there is a linear economy. What it is: take, make, use, waste. Correct. This is what we have done. Second, somewhere some people said like, no, you cannot do like this. Then there is something came up called as recycle, where you take, where you make, where you use. There is always a waste, and you can recycle and use it. But it is called as recycle economy. But now the next gen of this is called as recycle economy, where you take, where you make, where you use, where you reuse also. You can repair, you can recycle also. Again, you can make it. So that is how the circular economy. But now, after this, they wanted to evolve one more thing. They brought it as return also. So when you see in the recycle economy, there is no scope for waste. If you see here. Okay, here there is some scope, like at least something if it is not reused. But in the new norm of recycle economy, there is no scope for it. So typically, if someone wants to understand what is waste, so you can take this screenshot of it. You can show it to our students also, so that it can easily remember. Okay, so good, right? Can you give thumbs up if you like the image? Hello? Are you guys there? Can you give thumbs up if you like the image? Okay, fine. At least I got one thumbs up. Good. Okay. So, okay. So there is, let's start with EPR. The circular economy is the something which is called as EPR, where the EPR stands for the extended procedure responsibilities, which has been applicable to the many of the industries, EVV, ELV, packaging, batteries, hazardous, biomedicals, municipal waste, lead in paints, mercury, chemicals, products, EDC, etc. And there is a policy like what EPR means. Simply to understand you, if you are generating 100 kilos of plastic through my company, I have to ensure that in the next year I have to recycle it back. I mean, get it back, same amount of thing. If I'm not getting, I will be having a complaint. So you may ask question, how we are going to monitor this? We are monitoring through a program called as EPR1, where the main objective is like, no, the one who can change should be the responsible. That is both responsible for the producers and whoever is taking, they have to be return it back. And there is a strong policy which is endorsed in India for the entire packaging sector. And the biggest objective is to shift the economic burden of managing the products that have reached the end of their useful, like local end of the life and all those things. Okay, so just simply to understand what is waste versus increase. EPR is like increasing waste quantities, need for improvement of waste management and resource efficiency, pollution control to sustainability, shift the linear to circular, shift from linear to circular, close the material loop. So that is where, if you remember the shift, the example of my image where there is a no waste, that is got the circular effect. So how we have been doing this? So there is a standard guidelines. Some came from Central Pollution Control Board, where we monitor the entire regulation through a program called as EPR for plastic, where we have producers, importers, brand owners, along with the plastic waste processors. We have developed a centralized digital platform where there is an regulations for registration of both the parties. Like if I'm a producer, I have to register over here. If I'm an importer, I have to register over here. If I'm a brand owner also, I have to register here, which means I have to tell to India, I mean to government, saying that through my business process, I have generated 100 kilograms or maybe let's say 1 metric ton of plastic has been generated. I will ensure that is going to be recollected back. How we are going to recollect it back? There are some players who will help us. Those players are called as plastic waste processors. So once this registration comes, they are tracking it. If I'm failed to do so through the commitment which I have given that I'll ensure that I'll get the 100 kilo, there is a penalties then been tracking through the audits. If I'm doing good, let us say the Coca-Cola is doing good, where L'Oreal has failed to collect their 100 metric ton, I can do the trading over here through this platform called as credit sharing one. And you have to fill the returns just like our IPR filter, saying that from a person A, this much of plastic I have completed. So there are 4 different categories of plastic that is there. You have to manufacturing any plastic product, right? The bottle, let's say as a typical example, it goes with multiple raw materials. All those raw materials has to be written saying that how much I have purchased from everyone, how much I've been. So when everything is done over here, there is a third party audit going to happen on your filing or whatever you have been disclosed. Compared to that, if you fail something, again, you will have some penalties. Finally, there are standard training programs where you can see the Central Pollution Control Board employees, states, pollution control committees like of the Union Territories. Everyone will take part of this program, which is called as EPR Pro. I'm the program manager who has been developed for this. And today we are having 45,000 of requests that are coming. So this is just a snip. I have taken it off. You can see how much it has been received, how much has been there, and what is the different type of categories. That right now I'm just talking about what type of different waste it was there, like what is the cat 1, cat 2, cat 3 or kind of thing. So these are all the things I have to measure and tell them. I'm just taking the previous year one, 2023 one. So this is how the target, I mean, the government of India will see hit how much of waste from a plastic has come in from all the 4 type of categories, and what is the waste that has been registered by PIBOS, what is the waste that has been generated by them. And this is how the statistic has been evaluated. And there is a different channel called as EPR for state. They monitor it. So every industries, you can see, I have taken some industry as an example. Every industries in India who have been participate, they have to register. Then only they will get a certificate, and they have to print their certificate also number, and then they have to clean. So once that is done, you have to give an audit plan saying that how we are going to do audits in your plant and how much is going to be there. So that is what it is for the plastic one. And I have taken one more example for implementation of biomedical waste. We call it as common biomedical waste treatment facilities. Who does the cleaning of them? And the body which handles is called as pollution control body. And the facility where the waste is called as healthcare facilities. It need not to be a hospital. It may be some other people like clinic centers, anything, but which is related to health. So you can see these kind of bins, right? So this bin is for meant to something, this bin is meant for something, this bin is meant for this bin. Every bin which is there has been designated to identify. Simple example, syringes, needles, operation things should go here. Whatever the package, outer package should go here. Whatever the cotton and all, everything should go here, like everything. Here, the needles, everything should go here. So like this, everything has to be adorned with something. Like everybody who is working in the healthcare facilities, they have to follow this. Who are being there responsible, like occupiers, hospitals, clinics, and etc. The treatment plants and the disposers. Every city will have one CPWTF within a radius of 100 kilometers. That is government rule. So how we are doing is like there is a registration process for all the CPWTFs, and for the waste handling, whoever registers, right? I mean, generators typically are the hospitals. Waste handlers are the trucks which has been designated for carrying the waste. CPWTF is the guy who makes sure that the waste has been treated properly, and the local verification is done by the SPCEBs and the Central Pollution Control Board. There is an app which is being developed. You can see I have taken one as an example. This particular institute can report how much of waste that has been generated, and they will enter red bag this much, yellow bag this much, blue bag, and they'll submit. Once this is submitted, you can see how much have been sent to CPCB server. I mean, this has been monitored by central level. You can see it. Then there is a facilitator, a truck which comes and picks it. If the truck guy comes, he will have his own login. He will log in over here. He will select which particular hospital. If he select, all the data will be visible over here, and he will accept it, and he'll move on to the next hospital. Once everything is done, finally, let's take one example, Ongole Medical Treatment Facility will have 10 trucks. All the 10 trucks who has been called, let's say 2 trucks. So if we select the truck, he will get the how much of truck that has been treated over here, how much of the other truck has been collected over here. So then he will mark it as a dispose. Once everything is done at the central level, we designed it for the COVID, but it is
I disabled the mic, sir. You can continue.
Yeah. So we designed this for the COVID one. Okay. We extended for the maintaining till now also. So whatever the data that has been collected now, you can see how much it has been there. I just taken the old data. I don't want to show the actual data, so you can see the dates, but real time it has been tracking. You can see how much of waste that has been come from hospitals, how much of game that is came from quarantine centers. Now this is not there, but still now in some cases, like till now some test happens, the data they enter. So it is a one-stop solution where you can track the entire country's biomedical waste data, hospital data, and you can see how many trucks were there on the field, how many trips it has done, how much of data and everything. So this is how the state-wise segregation you can able to see over here. And once you select any particular city state, you can see the breakdown of all the bags which has been noted. And this is a view for the how much of trucks were there on the field, how much it has been collected, to which facility it has been affiliated. And finally, apart from the hospitals, urban local bodies also can collect the data from the hospitals which have been operated from municipalities. So we are tracking that data also. And this is how the typical real-time tracking says. If we have a true trucks, how many are running, how many are stopped. So you can see where it is there and all. I can see the live. So once the data is coming, this is how the data visualization we have done. Segregation about all the data bags of data that is going there, and which city has generated today more, which particular city is less, and how much of total everything is there, kind of thing. For that is for the biomedical waste. For the single-use plastic also, Government of India has launched. Anybody can download it. You can download. You can report if you find any such single-use plastic has been selling by anyone. You can take a complaint and mark. It will go to the nearest municipality. They will have the complaints board like this. They will select your particular complaint. They will check where it has been there, how it has been there, and finally they will take the action. So this is what we have done. I think it is publicly available. Anybody can download. The name is called as single-use plastic, so which has been done in India. I think there are login for AP Pollution Control Board also and municipalities also. So once you are done with your ticket, no, you can see how much it has been there, who has reported it, and all those things, kind of thing. Okay. So next comes to the we have talked about the solid one. Now let's see about the liquid one. So I'm taking a water balancing one. This has been developed for Government of India. We are monitoring the entire wastewater treatment program from Ganga to West Bengal through systems called as SCADA, and we have developed Python-based data acquisition systems. We have IT, OT networks and IoT devices configured. There are certain alarms which has been triggered, and if there is any deviations from the limits which we've been specified, for example, pH has to be on or equal to 7.7 to 7.5. If the pH has been not been maintained, and we'll get an alarm. So then we will take the action. So centrally, there is a separate department called as NMCG, Namami National Mission for Clean Ganga. We call it as Namami Ganga also. So they track this one. So if you go there, there is an SCADA. You can see like how many pumps are there, which particular mission is running, and all those things can be done. So the main business objective is to have a data, have a visualization, and so that they can have a track of it, kind of thing. Okay. So I have just taken two other example. Like I was telling you, not always the waste is through our water, solid, hospital, or hazardous, or maybe the plastic. But in a plant or in our house also, there are certain type of assets also which causes for the waste productions. Like our assets is one such thing. And our production, if you are talking about our industries or something, production is also plays something. So that's where we help them in terms of bringing batch analytics through understanding why waste generation has been more in this particular batch than compared to the previous batch and all. And the next thing we talk about them is the assets. We ask them to check your assets more or less through a program called as digitally asset analytics, saying that what is the quality of running time it has, how much lifetime it has. Indirectly through these programs, we encourage industries to monitor this so that they can stop their production at on time, plan their production in such a way they don't want to use their resources burden, something like that. So we are just 7 minutes left, so I'll just stop out here. So we'll have something for question answers. Just stop. So I covered sustainability. I covered 3 real examples like EPR, which has been there on plastic waste and single-use plastic from the plastic perspective. And also I have taken up one more asset monitoring and batch analytics, where we control the waste through industrial process automation concepts. Yeah. So I'll just open up for 6 minutes for questions. Yeah.
Okay, very nice explanations you have given so far. I have a question too. How do you see the role of green technologies like hydrogen and carbon market shaping the future of sustainable waste management?
Yeah, in green hydrogen, I will just pull you up something. I'm exclusively doing it for MITS. Don't tell it to anyone. I am working on green hydrogen program. I'll share you something.
Okay, thank you.
I'll just share you something. I think somebody can take a picture, but don't copy our company name, please. Okay. Are you able to see my screen?
No, sir. Yes.
No? Yeah. So this is what we are currently working on green hydrogen spectrum. So this is how the traditional energy landscape looks like. So at Rockwell, we have a solution for monitoring of green hydrogen, where we walk them bringing up these numbers. So I'm a consultant for that also. In next year, I'm going to work with, currently I'm working with Adani, Wari, Reliance for green hydrogen one. Yeah.
Thanks for sharing. And how do
hydrogen is
real-time
going to be a big player in next 2-3 years. So our students want to have a career. So there is big for thing. I think it applies to you, all of you also. So someone who is being bored by sitting in the classroom, so green hydrogen is going to play. I think Gopu has a question here.
Great answer. And how do real-time case studies from India and abroad differ in terms of adoption and the success of sustainability initiatives?
I don't think I think when comparatively in India, we are only doing good, but only the thing is right now we are putting up so much of efforts, but it's like in India, there are so much of reformation is going on. I think we should wait. So comparatively to the other world, in some of the areas like green hydrogen is going to be big player in us, because we have a good natural power with India. Like we have that adequate water, we have that thing. Comparatively to other countries, I don't think India is the only country where we are covered with 3/4 with water on. No? So, but other things they are doing good from the technology adoption, monitoring, reporting. But India is from the digital implementation perspective, we are lagging, but from the enforcement perspective in India is good, because from Dubai and all those countries where I take sessions to the government clients, I always take India as an example. And in fact, taking India as an example, I have implemented in Singapore, Malaysia, and other areas.
Very nicely given explanation. I hope you have covered all the aspects, and it's a time for concluding the session.
No, wait. Somebody has some questions. No, let them answer. Gopu, you have raised your hand. You can go ahead. Hello? I think you have to enable mic, I guess, Manjula. Can you do that? You can just take 5 more minutes. Without answering the questions, I don't think we can have a good session. So can you enable mic? Yeah.
Yes, already enabled.
Gopi, you have a question, right? I think anybody has questions, or we are good to conclude? I think Manjula, you can conclude then. Okay. I think they are.
Yeah.
If nobody has questions, we can conclude it. Like, I'm expecting 1 or 2 questions on the technology. So today I will be a teacher. I was very happy to have this opportunity, asking questions to our lecturers. Okay, Manjula, then conclude. I think nobody.
Yes, I hope you have clarified all their questions. So it's a time to conclude. On behalf of the organizing committee, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Manoj Kumar Soda, industry consultant, ESG at Rockwell Automation, Bangalore, for delivering such an insightful session on real-time case studies in sustainable waste management. Your presentation provided a valuable perspective on how sustainability frameworks, ESG strategies, and decarbonization initiatives are applied in practice. The real-time case studies you have shared gave participants a clear understanding of how technology combined with a strong governance can create a meaningful impact in waste management and sustainability. Your emphasis on integrating big data, AI, and analytics into decision making was especially inspiring for researchers and professionals alike. We sincerely thank you for sparing your time and enriching its FDP with your expertise. Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir, for your wonderful session.
Thank you all. Thank you all for all the participants. I'm looking forward to have a direct session in near future also. I'm privileged to be back. The college where I came from is the MITS. I always have a MITS as a good corner, because without MITS, I would have been not landed in this company. So I'm appreciated, and thank you, Manjula. Is Kusma ma'am is on the call?
Yes, I actually she's on meeting. That's why. So best wishes for your future endeavor also.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you. You just tell just ma'am to call me once if she's.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Okay. Looking forward to have one more session. Okay, sure. Bye.
Yes, thank you.
Manjula, can you drop me your number once, if you don't mind?
Yes, of course. I will do.
In the chat box you're typing now?
In chat box, just a moment.
I'll just call you. Okay, thank you, Manjula. I'll just call.
Okay. And dear participants, we have the next session, that is a final session. And
Shall I leave, right? Shall I leave, right?
Sir? Yes.
I can leave, right?
Yes, yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Thank you. Bye.
Yes. Ms. Sherin, are you there? I need to make you as a presenter. Just a moment.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, I made you as a presenter, ma'am. Just right. I will introduce you. After that, you can start your session.
All right.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Respected dignitaries, esteemed resource person, and dear participants. Our next and final technical session for this FDP is on writing fundamental research and innovation proposals in this sustainable software waste management system. And we are delighted to welcome Ms. Sherin Bacha, Associate Lecturer at Academies Australasia College, Singapore. Ms. Sherin brings with her nearly 2 decades of rich teaching, training, and academic leadership experience across Singapore, Malaysia, and Oman. Over the years, she has served as a senior lecturer, associate lecturer, and a trainer at a renowned institutions such as many reputed institutions in Singapore and Gulf College. And her expertise lies in teaching IT and business management modules, designing curriculum and coursework, moderating assessment, and mentoring students. Likewise, in all the postgraduate and undergraduate levels. She has also published scholarly work, including a critique in the Irish Journal of Academic Practices, and she is a certified ACTA trainer known for engaging and learner-centric teacher style. With a strong academic foundation, Ms. Sherin represents a rare blend of pedagogical excellence and interdisciplinary knowledge. Today, she will guide us on how to craft impactful and fundable research and innovation proposals, align them with the funding priorities, and enhance the chances of success for faculty and researchers. And we warmly welcome you, Ms. Sherin Banu Baksha, and look forward to your insightful and inspiring session. And one more thing I need to include, that means I admired her when I was working with her in Singapore. That means she's a multi-talented person to talk any of the topic, whatever you are asking, any questions. In all the fields, she's excellent. And she can give brilliant answers if you have any other questions in all the domains also. We warmly welcome you, ma'am.
Thank you. I don't know, I'm so humbled by your words, and you are really kind to say all that. So thank you, Ms. Manjula. And then, so before I start off, I want to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Kusuma for sending me the invitation. And I think she got the lead through Manjula ma'am, whom I've actually, as she did mention, I've known Manjula ma'am for more than 10 years plus. And she's actually brought me into these platforms. She's given me an opening. So thank you for your kind words, and you have been more than kind to me. So I take this opportunity to also thank the MITS management, the organizing committee, because to bring in a 7-day FDP program is a humongous task. It's like equal to climbing the Himalayan mountains, I would say. And and I think sustainability is the need of the hour. And so having focused the faculty development program towards the sustainability aspects of growth, both for the economy as well as the country's economy, as well as our own towns, cities, and what's actually happening in today's world. I think it's a very good topic, and having done that, I think MITS is one of the first few institutes in the whole of India to have to do this particular FDP program. So I'm immensely grateful for this opportunity, and I hope and believe that the participants of this particular program will also get all the benefits that they expected to get when they registered on this program. And without further ado, I think I will start off with my presentation. And I just wanted to check, Manjula ma'am, is it okay if we finish earlier than 1.5 hours? Because I think my session goes to 1.5 hours. If I finish it off a bit earlier, all right. Okay. Thank you.
Around 6:30, they have online assessment as well for this 6 days FDP. So 6:30 to 7:30 is the time for them to attend the online assessment.
All right. Okay. Thank you. I'll keep that in mind, and I'll try and finish before that. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay, so please allow me permission to share my screen. So if you are able to see what I am sharing now. Before that, because once I start sharing my screen, I would not be able to see any comments here, or I wouldn't be able to see if you are, I think, any reactions. Just put their comments. I will, in between, I will toggle to go and check if there's anything that I need to get your attention with. And so I'm now going back to sharing my screen. All right. So this was the topic that they gave me, writing fundamental research and innovation proposals in the area of waste management, so sustainability, waste management, and environment protection. And using technological aspects or cutting edge artificial intelligence driven technology, or that is the latest what's going on today in, I think, every country, both in developed countries as well as in underdeveloped countries, and emerging economies are actually looking at sustainability as a major area of focus. So allow me to introduce myself. I am Sharon Banu, and I'm working as a lecturer in Academies Australasia College in Singapore. And I hope I'll bring you all some insights into this area. Right. Okay. So some fun facts that I would like to share with you, because sometimes when you're going on speaking about academic writing, or when you're speaking about research and proposals, it can actually get boring. So before that, I just want to bring in some aspects of why are we speaking about sustainability today to you. So to start with, like if you look at Sweden is actually a smart nation, one of the first in the world to become smart. So if you look at it, their household waste is recycled for energy use, and they are also one of the top recycling nations. And I think quite a number of best practices around the world that are being used are actually taken from Sweden's frameworks. And then we have Japan, where some of the cafes, you can actually, instead of paying money, you can pay with recyclables like bottles or cans. In Costa Rica, this is like 100% renewable energy, and mostly they take it from hydropower, wind, and solar. And Netherlands is again close to like the Nordic countries like Sweden. Netherlands also focuses on zero carbon and reducing carbon dioxide emission. So they have their infrastructure itself is it gives a lot of priority for bicycling. So their roads are constructed so you can, instead of driving a car, you can actually go bicycles where you want to. And India in Auroville, they use solar powered street lights, and also local materials for sustainable building practices. So that is again leveraging it one step higher. And Singapore, with the country that right now I'm residing in, where I've seen practically how sustainability is actually put into effect. We have the largest floating solar farm, and this is in the Tengah Reservoir. And this is actually used for generating electricity that can actually power 6,000 households. So, so some of the fun facts that might want us to realize why that sustainability today is becoming very important. And so now we're moving on to a little bit more serious part of it, where you look at when you look at the writing a proposal generally, even before going into the academic aspects of looking at writing a proposal for sustainable projects or waste management projects, we are looking at certain areas. Now, the main focus here is, let's say, for example, if you want to fund your research, if you want to get your research funded by any funding agency, so some things that you might need to be aware before you start writing the proposal. So some of these funding agencies have very specific guidelines, and we must not, overstep these guidelines, or within the guidelines is where your framework should lie. And so that is the first thing. So ensure that these specific guidelines of funding agencies are clearly understood by you before you start writing your proposal. Now, some of the funding agencies are like UGC. UGC is in India, the University Grants Commission. Then you've got NEA, which is in Singapore, which is the National Environment Agency. NRF is the National Research Foundation. And then you've got the SG Eco Fund. SG Eco Fund is in Singapore. And then are you eligible for this particular funding? So understand what is your eligibility criteria. Now, if you are, let's say, for example, a student of MITS at the bachelor level, or you're a student of MITS at the master's level, or you are a pursuing PhD candidate. Now, different levels of your study, you might be choosing a particular project on that scale. So you might need to see, where do you fit? Does this funding agency, is it appropriate for your eligibility criteria? So you got to look at the matching aspects. And next, moving on to defining the problem. Now, this is very important because we might want to solve a problem, but this problem is it something that the funding agency is also prioritizing, or like your problem is defined on the western direction, funding agencies on the eastern direction doesn't work? So if any funding agency will be willing to give you the funds only when they think that your solution is highly relevant, highly novel. It's a novel idea. It's never been put to use before, or even if it has been put to use, your idea is only going to be upscaling that, or it's already available in many parts of the country. So if yours is just going to be a duplication, you don't call that novel. And it has to be aligned with what the priorities of the funding body is. And then you might want to be familiar with existing research technologies and policies which are related to your specific topic. And here we are mostly focusing on sustainability. Then the next thing is, again, coming on to how is it that you're going to do the ground zero work? Like when you are conducting the research, what, like, is there the need for field work? And so how do you document that field work? When you're documenting the fieldwork, is mostly you might want to do certain templates like research management. You might want to show them feasibility assessment, or you might want to show them a cost benefit analysis. So these are some of the things that will go inside your proposal document itself. And then also find out if you are able to articulate the sustainability development goals, which are like the World Economic Forum, or what right now is going on in the whole world. We have like the sustainability development goals, and this sustainability development goals are every university's priority these days is sustainability development goals. So this is something that you might want to look at. Are you able to articulate how your research topic, your title, is under sustainability development goals, and show clearly how is it that you're going to go on and measure the success, right? So this is something that you need to know before even you start writing your proposal. So maybe you can have a skeleton template, or an outline, a delineation of what you want to have on your proposal document before you even start writing it. All right. Now, so I'm just going to stop sharing and see if there's any questions. And so may I know if there's any questions, if there's some chat. Yes, I think there's Mr. Rajesh Kannan has given some notes, but I'm not sure if that is for me. All right. So is it good to go? Shall we move on? Thank you. All right. Okay, so I'm going back to share my screen. So that's the thing with this Teams. When I share the screen, I don't know. I mean, I'm not able to see this side of the screen, but that's totally fine. I think we should still be able to go on. Yeah. Okay. So this is something that you have to know before your research. The second thing is, what are these funding bodies? Who are they? Right. Now, in most of the countries, in majority of the countries, these funding bodies are supported by the government, because they come out with quite a bit of quantum or your research grant quantums that is released by these funding bodies can actually go up to $1 million, right? So a few millions of dollars, in fact. So like I think in the previous session that, we had a very clear, I mean, the presenter actually brought in quite a bit of practical areas. If you look at achieving something like even a development of a mobile application, like for example, he showed us this mobile app that he has developed. He was showing us a dashboard that in itself needs quite a bit of funding or financial aid, which we as individuals, like students, or even like say if you're a faculty member of a university, you are not able to pay from your own pocket, your personal pocket, and forget the universities, the university itself giving you that amount of money. It's not easy to get that amount of a mobile application development done, or research, the field work to be done is not, so it's not an easy task. So we as researchers have to rely on funding bodies. We have to rely on funding agencies. Now, these funding agencies and funding bodies are large corporate organizations, in case they are private organizations, or in most of the cases, they are government supported or government backed. Now, the UGC itself has quite a bit of funding going on for sustainability now. And of course, they have some caps, and they also have eligibility restrictions. I have some more information in upcoming slides, which I'll share with you. Now, so when you take sustainability, it's usually interdisciplinary. So now today we engage the areas like, say, for example, data analytics for waste management. So data analytics for waste management, or AI-driven automation for route optimization. So these are highly dependent on technology, or we need people who are knowledgeable in the area of what programming, they are able to write codes for a sustainable solution that maybe a social sciences researcher is bringing forward. So it is multidisciplinary in the sense, like, let's say, for example, if I'm from the social sciences field, I have a beautiful idea of how this is going to work in waste management. I have I have insights on, how do I understand what is GHG, or how do I understand what is the threshold values that are dangerous levels. So I might have the theoretical knowledge and understanding, but if I have to rely for a mobile application development, I need the help of someone from an IT field. So when you're going for proposals, you might need to also have somebody in your research team who is a co-investigator, or an expertise who will join you in coming up with a very holistic solution. So another thing is understand that these are your objectives, understand to align them with the funding bodies. Now, here we have the second one that I have actually updated here. This is a National Research Foundation Central Gap Fund. This is in Singapore. And in Singapore, they actually have now the CGP, the CGF is, we have a grant of 2 million Singapore dollars for a period of 2 years. And if I'm not mistaken, they keep on, releasing it on a phase-by-phase basis, where it depends on, like, say, how your project is, phasing out, or how it's moving on. Now, this year, Singapore has celebrated its 60th Independence Day. So they called it as the SG60. And so for the iconic development of so many projects, there has been more grant quantums that's been pumped by the government to both individual organizations as well as for universities like NUS and NTU, where they're coming up with sustainability, sustainability grants and things like that. Now, I'm willing to share this PowerPoint slides with you all later, and as well as if you look at these websites, I have actually listed a few websites in some of the PowerPoint slides, which y'all can actually go in and read, because there's a lot of information which cannot be ultimately be compressed or put inside the PowerPoint slides. All right, so yeah. All right, now some of the sample funded projects with India and international collaborations, I've just taken, there are like so many, but I've just taken a few that are more, often they are cited. Right, so this is the DAD in India. DAD is it's a German organization, and it's in German. So I'm sorry, I'm not able to pronounce the word. So DAAD is a German organization which focuses on sustainability, and they are collaborating with India. So they call this as a new passage to India. So this particular project itself is ANPTL, so which is a new passage to India. So they have, and this is more like an academic partnership with the higher education, and these themes are aligned with the sustainability development goals as well as sustainability, right? So I've also given you the slide. I mean, I've posted the website ID, so you all can actually get access to that. Now, so Indo-German, if you look at it, there's quite a number of Indo-German sustainability projects that are ongoing. And for this year, 2025, quite a number of them have already closed their calls for proposal. I've also have a grant calendar, so you can take a look at the dates. So, but there are ongoing, upcoming Indo-German collaborations for sustainability. Now, this one is the IGCS in Chennai, the Indo-German Center for Sustainability. Okay, sorry. Okay, let me just, thank you. Thank you for letting me know. Let me just again.
Hello.
I think your mic is on, Ms. Manjula. Is it okay now? Are you able to see my slides moving? Okay, so I hope my slides are, I don't know why I'm echoing. All right. Okay, so this, I think this is where I got to know that my slides are not moving. All right, and then we have the India and UK collaborative R&D for industrial sustainability. So this is where you have bilateral India-UK collaboration. And this focuses on net zero technologies, new products, processes, services, high market potential. Now, what is it is like when you are looking at proposals, now you might need to look at a type of collaboration, and you might need to look at a project where you will fit in. So you will fit in as a bachelor student, or you will fit in as a master student, or you might even fit in as a PhD candidate. Now, some of you are doing PhD candidates who might be actually working as with an organization, but you're doing your PhD as a part-timer. So now let's say you're working in an organization where that organization is willing to take on that project, and they are waiting for, I mean, like they depend on you as a researcher. So you can actually contribute quite a bit of, you can add value to that organization through your research. So you can take it from that aspect, you can take it from that company's aspect, and also look at, international collaborations where, your organization also gets credibility, and it brings in value add. You as a researcher is bringing in value add through your ground zero work, and through your knowledge and experience, your skill set and your competencies. And you're bringing in a third party, which is like, the government funding body, or it could be a private funding body. Like, for example, the Department of Science and Technology has quite a number of sustainability projects ongoing. So you can actually approach the Department of Science and Technology, where your organization, you and the third party, which is your government funding body, can work like in a triad. So you can work in a triad in taking the project. So now in certain cases, there are also funding agencies, like say, they call this as co-funding. Co-funding is where, let's say, your organization is willing to fund a certain percent of the entire project's value. So then the rest of it can be supported by the government, because some of the grants, they don't come in 100%. Some of the grants only comes like say 70%, or some of the grants only, they support you only towards a second part of your project. Like say where you go into your implementation, or you're going into data collection and then implementation. So they might not support you at the beginning, but they might support you in the second half. So depending upon the funding body's, proposal areas, so you might want to possibly look at how you can actually bring in a good fit. All right. Okay, so now I'm going to move on. Now look at what is your scope of the innovation call. Now this is an example of the National Environment Agency. Now in Singapore, the National Environment Agency is actually the government regulatory body, which is in charge of environmental protection, and which is in charge of, GHG gases emission, which is in charge of industrial, the waste management, and how is it that the public, what is public's responsibility, what is government's responsibility, what is stakeholder responsibility. So they define the framework. So it's actually called as a National Environment Agency, NEA. And this is a research, not a research, sorry, it's a regulatory agency and run by the government. So now let's say, for example, if I want to go and make a complaint, why, like say, for example, my neighbor is throwing, too much of trash. I see that they're just like trashing the place. They're bringing in a lot of waste. They don't clean it properly. They're not responsible. So if I want to make a complaint on that, I can actually make a call to the National Environment Agency. And so that is where they might step in. They can penalize, or they can go for call you for counseling. They can call you for arbitration, things like that. So when you're looking at the innovation call, look at your ideas and look at where your ideas can be funded right? Now, maybe you could be speaking about keeping public spaces clean. So do you have an idea around this area? Or let's say, for example, you are looking at a very indigenous, idea, and you are actually taking it along with technology for reducing disposables. And or you want to look at something like reducing, reusing and recycling, and you have maybe a solution that has both hardware as well as software components. And so this brings in your project proposal comes under reduce, reuse and recycle, or it could be even food wastage. Now, so another fact about Singapore, Singapore is one of the nations where food wastage is very high compared to many other countries. The food wastage in Singapore is a very large portion, and so NEA has statistics about that as well. All right, now. For starters, let's say, for example, you're looking at something like a research grant. Now, this I've also given you the website ID at the bottom, and this one is UGC 2025. Now, unfortunately, 2025, most of the calls for proposals for 2025 have closed. So if there is anyone in the audience here who is actually looking at a grant for your idea, you might want to start working on your proposal now, but and look for your call for proposals on these websites. I've given you a few websites there in the upcoming slides. So you might want to look at the dates for submission for your calls for proposals. So for 2025, because now we are almost at the end, like now we are in like September, end of September. Like for example, I think there was a recent one, 10th of September, the call for proposal has already closed. So the next few months, there won't be any call for proposals from most of the funding agencies. Now, the next possible call will appear in from Jan onwards. Like usually April and May, there'll be quite a number of calls for proposals. So you need to have something like a grants calendar. Now, this is actually by the IIT. This is the BSB IIT is mostly for sustainability and for young researchers. Like, for example, your funding quantum or your funding amount can actually be dependent on what is your project scale, right? And for example, if it is for UG and PG students, you might get like around 50,000 rupees to 1 lakh if it's the duration of 6 months for like AI models, IoT and rural technology. And if it's for faculty, for minor projects, you can get close to 3 to 5 lakhs. 12 to 18 months, and if it's anything related to health technology, green energy or policy impact. So these are the kind of possible grants that you can get, and this is also by UGC. Now, something very interesting that I might want to share with you all. I have been, since I got this topic, I've been like trying to work on the topic, and I've been trying to access the UGC website, but for reasons I can't access it. Maybe because it's localized, the website ID, it could be a localized domain. But for reasons that I couldn't access it, and I don't have a VPN, so I just thought, okay, fine, I'm just getting my information from resources that I can access. All right, so but you do have, if you're in India, I'm sure you will have access to UGC's website, so you can actually go online and look for grants. All right, so this is something where like a grant might look at. Now, this is an example of grants that have been actually done in Singapore, like for social projects. And the main body in charge is the Ministry for Sustainability and Environment. So the MSC, we call it here in Singapore. So these are private organizations. Like I told you, if you're working in a private organization and you're a researcher, so you can actually claim your grants through the organization, right? So you don't have to claim it through as an individual, but you will be claiming the grant like from an organization, through an organization that you attach to, you're working. Now, I also see that some master graduates also may be working part-time. Some of them, PhD candidates, may be working part-time and studying part-time. So if you're working with an organization that is contributing to the social aspects of business in the economy, you can actually think about applying through the project, right? Now, when you're looking at these recipients, so if you look at it, this is a biotech startup providing solutions dedicated to sustainable circular economy practices. And what they got it is for installing food waste composters and to educate and support local community to upcycle food waste into compost. So they got a grant. Now all of this grant was like a roundup of $2 million. And this, as I told you, Singapore is celebrating the 60th Independence Day. So this year they again got more funds coming in, which is supporting many small projects, small level projects. And then we have social enterprise startup here. This one is for training programs for underprivileged and vulnerable communities, how to collect, clean, and convert plastic waste into usable items. So again, all of this, the key focus areas are on waste management, upcycling waste, and recycling programs and things like that, right? Okay. So now is a grants calendar. This might give you some idea of when you can have this. So before that, I just want to ask you if there's any areas that you might have, like, are there any questions, or can I just like wait for 2 minutes to see if there's one Mr. Rajesh Kannan Sitaraman who's giving quite a bit of information in here. I think he should be presenting also. Swedish companies, research institutions like Green Transition Technologies. That's right. Yeah, that's true. Yep. So like a couple of minutes, if there's anything that I can answer, or if you'll have any form of comments, please put them on the chat window. I hope I'm not speaking too fast. I think I shouldn't even be asking this question because I know I speak very fast. So if you're good to go, can you just give me a thumbs up? All right, thank you. So I'm going to move on, yeah? Okay, go back to share. Okay, so now what you see on the screen, it's actually a grants calendar. Right now, I actually generated this grants calendar with ChatGPT, and I did go back and verify quite a bit of information. And then some of the information I've just edited a little bit more so that we have some very, more information on that. Now, so if you look at what you could possibly be doing, now, if you are keen about getting grants, it is important for you to know the timelines when these grants are available. Now, for us to remember when these grants are available is not going to be so easy. So you can actually pretty much integrate a grants calendar onto your Google Calendar. Right now, all of us uses Google Calendar, right? So you can actually open a Google Calendar just for these grants and then put them in, and you can even set reminders. Now, however, you as a researcher will know what is your key focus area, what is it that you are looking at. So you might need to, based on your focus area, go on and check what are the agencies or what are the funding bodies that are advertising calls for proposals, right? So this is very important. So look for funding agencies that are giving you calls for proposals. Now, under the calls for proposals, you will pretty much see what their projects are. What are the possible projects that they're looking at? Now, if your problem solution can align with the projects that they have displayed there, of course, you've got to fine tune, you've got to tweak the way that you're writing your proposal. We'll get there in a short while. But look at that funding agency's requirements for proposal. How do you fit into that particular call for proposal? And then also mark the timeline. That is very important. So now this is pretty much the month and what is a window by when you can actually work and, get into your, get your proposal ready. Like, for example, March to June 2025, 2026 is where your Department of Science and Technology and, the projects that they are bringing in, agricultural research. So all of this is, at this particular point. Now, April and May 2025, more than just what is listed here in this particular grant, my particular grant that you see, I mean, sorry, this April and May 2025, more than what I have just given you. I've just given you one, but if you look at April and May 2025 is where many grants open. So April, May 2020, no, not 2025 in specific, April and May of every year, there are quite a number of funding agencies that open for grants, not just only for sustainability, but for many other projects. So you can look at this. Now, when you are, again, when you're looking at these grants, you might also want to look at what are your focus area must be in line with it. Look at what are the possible requirements that that particular grant is looking for from the researcher. So I'll be pulling up a website shortly to show you this. So this is something that you can have. Now, let's say, for example, if you find it too difficult to synchronize with your Google Calendar, you can even just have it on your, just get a printout and paste it on your desk. So, you have a reminder, okay, let me go and check this website. And if it is available, I'm going to go on and apply. All right. So this is something which I'm not going to be going through each of these cells. I'll share the slides with you. You can please be more than, please be willing to, go on and take your time to look at it. All right. Okay. Now, when we speak about proposal requirements, I have taken this from the National Environment Agency in Singapore, which has given a very clear outline of what they want. So remember when I said when you're writing an academic proposal, this is academically you're putting forward your points, but I have to also look at what the funding body wants. So the funding body has already given a list of what they want. So look at that, digest that information very importantly before you start writing your proposal. So this is it. So when you're writing your proposed solution, you might have to include your study design of the R&D phase. That's very, very important. All right. The second thing is, what are the resources you will be requiring? So bring that inside your proposal. Now, this resource requirements can be any kind of things like, say, hardware, software, software licenses that you need to have, or some kind of, an external partner's resources, like, say, power, electricity, things like that, manpower, and then whatever training that you need. So all of this comes under your resource requirement. Then if there is data retrieval, processing, analysis, visualization, as well as network communications, then you list that down. What data do you need? Now, this is very important because sometimes the data that you are retrieving they could be data that are classified. So how can you use a classified data in your research? Because that data is very important for me to derive the results. But if it's classified data, is the organization willing to give you that data? How are you going to be using that? So it's important for us to, like, if it's a government body, we might need to come up with letters for permission, for using permission, because we are settling the ethical aspects of it. And we may be lucky enough that data is actually made available to us because we have done all the necessary paperwork to access the data, right? Okay. Then, what is your deployment strategy? Every organization wants to know, how will you deploy your proposal? How will you deploy whatever solution that you are proposing in your proposal? So this deployment must be very clearly outlined, and the cost that is relevant to the deployment strategy is another aspect that must be fulfilled. So we'll be doing a budget or a cost benefit analysis is good, or we can even show a budget, which I have a sample there. Now, validation methodology is important. And what are your project validation methodology is, how do I know that these results are going to work? So you can have a pilot study maybe, or you can have a simulated outcome of results. So any validation methodology. Now, project deliverables and timelines. So show what are your milestones, then what is your proposed budget, and then the project team and the expertise. Okay, so I'll be going into more details in the upcoming slides. All right, now when we are going on to this, I just want to show you, the one in India. Now, this is also the National Environment Agency. Now, this, from their website, you can actually also understand what is the evaluation criteria. So if you want your proposal to be selected, if you want your proposal to get the go signal, these are areas that they actually lay their weightage on. So you might need to show that your solution or your research area is operationally effective, cost effective, and then it has a potential for commercialization. You can launch it in the market, and you have a capacity and expertise to execute the project. So if you look at NEA, this is the weighting that they actually show. So operational effectiveness is got the maximum weighting, and then cost effectiveness is 50%, potential for commercialization is 25 and 25, and the capacity and expertise to execute a project is 20%. So a total score of 100%. This you will be able to see on the website where the call for proposal has been made. Okay, now I just want to show you something in India. Just give me one moment. I need to share the other screen. All right. Okay, so if you are able to see the screen, this is the small grants program, so which is actually run by the government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, right? So this is it. And we have the, this is specifically for energy, and energy facilities, environment facilities. So they have what we call as the GEF Small Grants Program in India, which is the the global environment facility, right? Now, if you look at this, okay, this is already done. As I told you, I had already mentioned that, you see, 17th of April 2025. All right, so the proposal is already done. Now, however, here in this part, the download, you see, you can actually download the request for proposal, and they even have a proposal format. All right. Now, I have already downloaded this proposal format. And if you can see this on the screen, this is what is your proposal format. So they have already given you this document. You just need to fill this in. So you are not going to create an academic proposal format by yourself. This is a format that you have to fill in. All right. So this is a proposal form. So you key in all the information that you have, like, and if you look at, okay, I'm not sure if this is, okay, I think so. Yeah. Right. So now, sorry. Yep. This is the proposal form. I'm sorry if I'm just sharing it now. So now, however, this SGP, the small grants program, is mostly focused in Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Assam, Meghalaya, and Tamil Nadu. So this is, if you are from this area, or let's say if you have a project for this area, then this might come in handy. So when you have this proposal form, you just need to fill this proposal form. You wouldn't be doing something else. So for example, 150 words, they've given you a very clear indication, requirement of what needs to go inside here, like project monitoring system of the organization. How are you going to monitor the project, right? Or like, what is the financial accounting system of the organization? So this goes inside here. Now, let's say, for example, if there is an area that you do not understand what it means, now you actually have most of the information. You will be like, you go back to the main, there's quite a number of resources, like, they have projects, you even have like past project examples. So you have resources, right? So you have, if you look at all of these different tabs, so you can actually explore more details on the SGP program and applying for grants also. So when you apply for grants, now you look at it, this is, I mean, actually I am on the applying for grants, but both of them are actually already done in April 2025. So the next one should be coming also in April 2025. But this is a website you might need to, you might want to, yes, SGP India. Yes, that's correct, Mr. Rajesh. So this is something where you can actually get your information. Now apply for grants. So what I'm doing now is I'm actually posting this on your chat window. So because this is for grants, if you want these grants, you can actually, yep, I think so. Mr. Rajesh has also done that, is it? Or yeah. Okay. So the GEF, yeah, is a global environment facility, small grants program in India. So this is for anything to do with energy effectiveness, utilization, zero carbon, net zero carbon emission. So all of that, any programs along those lines. Now, as I did mention to you, this one, yeah, oh sorry, not the feedback link, but I've just shared the SGP link. So this this small grants program, this one, right, this particular GES small grants program in India is, as I told you, this has closed. So you might want to put this on your grants calendar and watch out for it later. All right. Okay. So let's go back to my slides. Okay. Yeah. So now another thing is funding bodies. Not all funding bodies are open for all type of researchers. So some of them also do tell you who is the type of researcher they want. And so the nature of the organization, some of them are institutes of higher learning and research institutes. Like if it is MITS, yes, you have a research team or a group of students who have got a novel idea and they want to, get the grants, they can apply. Local small and medium enterprises, large local enterprises, and multinational companies. So the funding support that this is offered by the National Environment Agency in Singapore. So this is what they have, like for students, research organizations, and students, up to 100% of qualifying project cost is actually available. All right. Yeah. So the next one is, now this is how when you're writing your proposal. Now, if you did not have a proposal form like the one you saw on Small Grants Program website, if you do not have it, if it is an open platform, or the platform says your proposal forms can be a document of so many thousand, whatever number of words, and it has to have certain categories of information, you put that information, you align them into this format. So pretty much your table of contents will look like this. So you have maybe 11 to 12 different areas. Now this title page and executive summary, I've just put that as one area, but it's two different things, but because they're small, I just put them together. Now then your introduction and your background, problem statement, your research objectives, methodology and research design, expected outcome and impact, project team, expertise, budget, and justification, very important. How are you monitoring evaluation? Important. Sustainability and continuity, or your conclusion, also important. Sorry for the typo there. And then your references and appendix. All right. Okay. So let's take a look at what we have here. So the next one is title.